Neighbor Dennis.
I was in the process of refinishing my garage and, trying to turn it into a man cave. So I started searching, online, and I ran across Galaxy.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said they could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept up. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you're going to be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
Retirement planning doesn't have to be complicated. Tune in to the Exact Wealth Show with John Becker and Sarah Nugent-Knoll of Exact Benefits. Saturdays at 6 a.m. right here on 630 KHOW.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Vesta Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. Involved in a car crash? Injured? You should always call the police. If you want to know why, then listen to our Bell & Pollock Legal Injury Hub podcast on your favorite platform.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
Partly cloudy skies to start off your Monday. Temperatures today are going to be perfectly average in the upper 70s with a good chance for showers and thunderstorms by later on this afternoon and this evening. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 11/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump's promising an announcement today regarding autism. The Washington Post reports the administration is going to link Tylenol use during pregnancy to an increased risk of autism in children. David Mandel is a University of Pennsylvania psychiatry professor and an autism expert. He says,
I'm very concerned that women who experience fevers will elect not to treat that fever because we know the fever is associated with poor child outcomes.
Tylenol's manufacturer says science has not shown such a link. The new U.S. ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, appeared before the Security Council today, which met an emergency session over Russia's recent incursion into Estonian airspace. The main topic of this week's UN General Assembly expected to be Gaza, as multiple Western allies announced they'll recognize a Palestinian state. And the Federal Trade Commission taking Amazon to trial, saying it tricked people into signing up for Prime and made it hard to cancel. This is ABC News. The Army released the names of the 4 soldiers killed last week when their military helicopter crashed near Joint Base Lewis McChord, about 10 miles south of Tacoma, Washington. Chief Warrant Officers Andrew Cully and Andrew Krause were killed, along with Sergeants Donovan Scott and Jada Lynn Good. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. A Texas woman's facing criminal charges after she claimed to have found her 2 children dead in a hot car outside of their San Antonio home on Saturday.
Long before the 6-year-old boy and his 3-year-old sister were found in that stifling car, law enforcers and child welfare workers had been called to the home, says Sheriff Javier Salazar.
Possibly the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and possibly call to CPS.
Salazar says the woman's story simply doesn't add up. Tiona Islar is held on charges of injury to a child in the deaths of her own kids. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The final hours of summer as autumn officially arrives at 2:19 p.m. Eastern. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you're talking, they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The National Transportation Safety Board says engine trouble may have led to a deadly crash near Centennial Airport. The crash killed the pilot and a passenger during an instructional flight on September 5th. Witnesses heard the engine on the Beech P-35 stop before the plane crashed on the driveway of an industrial facility about a mile southeast of the airport. The NTSB is currently examining the plane to try to determine what led to the crash. The Broncos blew another fourth-quarter lead, losing 23-20 to the division rival Chargers on a last-second field goal. Coach Sean Payton.
There were a lot of things we did well, and then there were some things, obviously, we didn't do as well. We had too many penalties. I think our average third down on offense was 3rd and 11+, which makes it difficult.
Bo Nix threw for just 153 yards with 1 touchdown. The defense sacked Chargers QB Justin Herbert 5 times and intercepted him once. The Broncos fall to 1-2. They host the Bengals a week from tonight on Monday Night Football. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, it looks like rock scaling starting up for the first time this week. Already looking at a closure on I-70 at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels just a little west of Floyd Hill and out of Idaho Springs. So traffic's at a dead standstill right now, and it is backed up. We do have a little tie-up on Santa Fe at Mississippi for southbounders. We're still checking. It might be a light malfunction there. Pena's still running heavy coming out of the airport from Tower back to I-70 and 270. Also a little sluggish. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, Dr. Larry Arnn, the president of Hillsdale College, shares the story of the journey from the flawed Articles of Confederation to the Constitution we have today.
The biggest headliners in live music shared this stage.
At our 2025 iHeart Radio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Jelly Roll!
Hi, this is Ed Sheeran.
Cool.
Hi there, this is Bryan Adams.
Make some noise for Tate McRae.
Hey, I'm Sammy Hagar.
Mariah Carey.
Hey, this is Doodles from The Offspring.
We have Maroon 5. Good evening.
Hey, this is John Fogerty.
It's
your girl Glorilla.
The iHeart Radio Music Festival.
Get ready to relive the once-in-a-lifetime moments, starting October 2nd, only on Hulu.
Your neighbor Tom loves the fall in Colorado, but he hates to paint. So he called Rhino Shield.
So our house was built in 1986. And the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I needed to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top-notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
Colorado, stop painting year after year. Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home, we're like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and it just really looks awesome.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshield.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Listen closely.
Nancy, will we see you on the People's Picket Line? We need you there.
Or a picket line might sound like a pickup line.
Oh, I have been waiting for a pickup line, yes.
Dan Caplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. What's going on in your life? How can we help you? Well, I got a lot to talk about today. A lot going on in consumer news. And also, I got a big reaction to the show I did on health. So I did something very, very convenient. I summarized it all. And I'll go over just a few main points. It's impossible for me to answer all of the texts and emails about it. Apparently, a lot of people in my audience care about health. And I had a very forward-thinking doctor on last week who talks about metabolic health. That's all he talks about, because everything concerns the full metabolism. He doesn't believe in segregating diseases, and he breaks them all down into metabolic health, basically. So I'll get to that. I also have Bob Logan with me from Plumline Services. For those streaming, I'll go to my new wide shot that I love.
Good morning.
And good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Tom.
So right now is the shoulder season. We say that a lot, but in Colorado, there are many times when we can get a jump on our systems.
Yes.
Okay, so the jump on our system, meaning it's not too cold, it's not too hot. It's obviously a time to pay attention to furnaces. If you pay attention to furnaces, you will stave off serious problems. Right now, if someone told you you needed a new furnace, you could literally shop. You're not under the gun. You're not. It's not going to be zero tonight.
And that's the great thing for consumers during the shoulder season is they do have time, because if it's in the 70s during the day, it doesn't get too cold at night or too hot. Then they do have some time to make a wise decision. But that's also the best time for consumers, because that's when all manufacturers, dealers like ourselves, the calls are not being driven by extreme heats or extreme colds. And so that's when you're going to get the best deals from anybody in Colorado.
Because you have stuff laying around you want to sell.
That's right. We need to move some inventory. We need to make inventory for winter, furnaces. And so
it's a good time.
It is a good time.
It's a bad time when it's cold and everybody wants one, and people have major failures. It's a terrible time. So anyway, we call shoulder seasons the time between winter, or summer and winter, or summer and fall and winter, really. And then we have a period in the springtime when it's not too hot, not too cold. And these shoulder seasons are actually the best seasons. They're probably the slowest seasons when consumers don't look for these things, but they should. They absolutely should. Okay, our number is 303-62. Let me give you 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And then our 24/7 number plus now is 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Nicole has an issue with a condo. Nicole, what's going on with you? What's happening, Nicole?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Had water damage done by my neighbor above me.
Now, are you in a condo, right? You're in a condo?
I am in a condo.
What floor are you on?
A condo. The second floor.
You're on the second floor. Okay. And then the person above you, did they do damage to anyone else or just you?
The person below me.
Okay. Now, what's being done about this? How was the flood caused?
From what I found out, is from their water heater busted.
Okay.
And they didn't catch it for several days. Of course, I was away for a couple of days. I didn't notice it, and I don't even know how I would be able to stop it. And my neighbor below me, we were away. He came back home, found water all over his floor, thought it was me. I came home. My complex is like a humid swamp. Water on my floor. My ceilings have stains.
Okay, first and foremost, Nicole, let me ask you something.
Falling.
Let's follow the domino effect. Did the damage upstairs get fixed?
Yes.
Okay, now.
From what they told me, they get fixed.
Okay, now, depending on the bylaws, the way that usually works, the person that causes the damage, their liability insurance has to fix what went wrong. So what is damaged in your place?
As far as right now, it's just my ceiling, part of my walls that's damaged right now, and the electrical outlet. And the person below me, none of his outlets even work. Like, none of his lights even turn on.
Okay, what's the person below you doing?
He went through water mitigation and got his place dried up and got it estimated.
And who paid for that?
His water, that I don't know.
Okay, did you do any of that water mitigation?
With the landlord above me.
Nicole, when did this happen?
I found it Monday. I guess it happened on a Thursday.
Monday, meaning a week ago Monday?
Week ago Monday.
Did you have any company out to suck up the water? Did you do mitigation?
Yes, Service Pro.
Okay, good. The reason I say good is because it's your obligation to stop damages. Now, do you have insurance that will cover Water Pro or Service Pro?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Now, what are you calling about? What specific questions do you have first? And then we'll talk about what to do in general.
Well, it's getting a hold of the landlord above me because I guess it's a renter.
The management company or the HOA should be forthcoming with that. That should be no problem. Are they willing to give you that information?
I called the landlord myself, and he didn't give me information.
What do you mean the landlord? So you know who the landlord is?
I called him. I'd never met him. I only met his renters.
Okay, you can serve the landlord by going upstairs and serving that landlord, not you, but someone else. If you want to go to small claims court, you're looking for someone to cover your damages. It's obvious that the floor above you, the owner of that unit, is responsible to you. The way it should be done, though, the easiest way for you is to have your homeowner's policy cover you, fix everything, then they will go after the policyholder upstairs. That's the way to do it. Otherwise, you have to start fighting with this guy upstairs or this woman upstairs along with their insurance company. That's why you have insurance, to take care of situations like this, and then let them worry about, and then let your insurance company worry about collecting. So why don't you just cover it through your own insurance company and let them subrogate with the person upstairs?
Okay.
That's the best way to do it. What is your deductible?
$5,000.
That's a lot of money. Now,
Yes,
however, it's pretty practical in today's days because insurance has gone up 70% on average. Can you believe that? 70%. 70%.
Yeah, I do.
Now, here's what I want to do.
I own a condo, not a house.
I know, but still, rates are great, are high. Here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to put it in with your insurance, and then you need to start a small claim action to collect your deductible from the insured upstairs, from the landlord. So you have two things going on. You will get your insurance involved, and your insurance will go after them. And then I want you to go after your deductible, which is $5,000.
Yes, and my insurance, on the law side of my insurance, did call me that they're going to do that, but they're looking at maybe getting me only 85% of my deductible back.
Now, why is your insurance? Hold
water
on.
Damage.
Why would your insurance only get 85% of your deductible back?
Because they're banking on the fact that he may not have enough money to cover my unit damage, the unit below me's damage. Like, he had a whole sob story of why he may not have money to fix
Well, Nicole, it doesn't. You can. I'm telling you, take whatever you can get. If he doesn't have any money, it's going to be hard. Now, are you talking about the tenant or the landlord?
The landlord.
I would start a lawsuit to get the $5,000. If your insurance company thinks they can get the 85% of it, I mean, if you're willing to settle for that, go ahead. I mean, it's, that's really up to you. That $5,000 is hard to come by, I imagine.
It is. For him, I'm not too happy about just 85% of my.
Well, actually, it's not that bad. They can get $4,200 of your $5,000. I may let them do it. I just did the math. 85%. Yeah, that's not bad. Listen, I would let my insurance company handle it. I really would.
I have a question, Tom.
Go ahead, Bo.
Can Nicole, if she starts a small claim action, can she actually serve the tenants in that apartment?
I would. I would serve the tenants, but I would also try to find the landlord or where the landlord lives. But that is an address for the landlord.
Right, but serving the tenants would be in effect also serving the landlord.
It could be.
Okay.
You put it in the landlord's name and serve upstairs, but I would also try to serve them where they work or live. But listen, right now, what I would do is keep it where it is. I would keep it where it is. Let your insurance company fight it for you. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Hey, you know how I love talking about water purification? A whole house system, $39.95. That's for softening. And then purification, everything included, $39.95. That's incredible price. And that's a price you're not going to find anywhere. So if you're looking for clean, wonderful water, drinking water, and a whole house system, waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
O'Brien Legal Services is a real estate firm. Well, they're actually a law firm that deals with real estate law. On this show, you hear every day people getting into trouble with real estate. Either they signed a bad lease or they made up a lease as a landlord that doesn't hold water. If you're a landlord and you need help making up your lease, especially with the new laws in Denver and in Colorado, let me recommend OLS Law. For this or any other real estate issue at all, including border disputes, eminent domain, and the rest. That's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. K&H Home Solutions. I love saying window, siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. They really do. They do all kinds of beautiful outside products to keep your house energy efficient and beautiful. They also have K&H Painting Pros. It's a company you can trust, in business 65 years. And I've done business with them when they first came to town. Well, not first came to, when I first came to town 45 years ago, and I still do business with them. khwindows.com. khwindows.com.
The best.
How much time?
3.5.
Okay.
You go poo now.
I can go. So, see this wide. I'm going to show you this wide shot I got. Look how cool it is. And then I have this. Yeah, that's that camera way back there. And then I have this camera for when I want to show your ugly mug. Look at, there's you, and that's Bo. That's a 2-shot. Then I have the star cam. Hey, Bob, I want you to know I haven't been sleeping on the job. But let me explain something. I need an instructor who knows my plane. Now, because I set you loose with him in my plane. I want you to be safe. Now, instructors are usually, here's the 2 vintage of instructors. Experienced, really good curmudgeons. They're maybe 30 or 40, 35 or 40. They're on it. They're older. Then you got the young whippersnappers. There's a dozen of them, but I don't necessarily think they're good teachers. Now, the one I'm calling today is Bill. He sounds like the best. He's an older guy and loves light sport planes and has flown them all. And, the CTLS is running perfect. You couldn't run it more perfectly. What I'd like to do is I was going to check out the instructor and then have him go check you out. But what I'd like to do is you and me go and let me go over this aircraft with you without any pressure, no instructor there. You can take notes, you can take a video on your phone. I just want you, the very first step, I want to get you familiar with the CTLS. Okay, once you're familiar with it, and you and I are familiar with it together, then we get an instructor and I familiarize him. Then you are already a little familiarized, so when he starts talking to you, everything won't be brand new. So my first, we're gonna meet, then you, me, and an instructor will meet, or me and an instructor, then you, me, and an instructor, and then I can cut you loose. Then once you get to the point with the helicopter, with the fixed wing, you decide how far you want to go. You can go to get your fixed wing, and that's what I would do because you save a ton of money doing cross countries. Once that's done, then you transition to the helicopter, which is way shorter than if you had no license. But the aircraft, here's what's good. All the communications and the airport operations and all the bullshit is done on a plane that's burning 4 gallons an hour, and a little light sport airplane. And that gets you like perfect instruction because it flies, and believe it or not, it has a stick, and it flies slower than a really fast high performance plane, and it actually gives you more of a helicopter feel than a lot of fixed wings, and it's a high wing. So what I'd like to do is pick a time when you can meet me at my hangar at Centennial and spend about an hour or 2 just having fun going over it, and really, so you tell me when, and we'll do it. And it can be any weekday after I have my rate.
Why is Hollywood and the media so obsessed with Richard Nixon? This week on Red Pilled America, we're broadcasting our 10-part series on the story of Richard Nixon's life and how his presidency gave rise to what is known today as the Deep State. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeart Radio app. That's Red Pilled America.
That's where I'm at, and I've already interviewed 2 instructors. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, and listen, the condo issues are not ever easy. That's why, Bob Logan and every company I know with HVAC and water and all that, they don't work on condos. If they worked on a water heater and it failed, they don't want that responsibility. Bob, people are finding it harder and harder. Bob is with Plumline Services, one of my longest sponsors, by the way, on this show. Way back when they started, I swear to God, they are such a giant company now. And I remember their roots, 2 or 3 vans. And Jeff, I still keep in touch with Jeff, the original owner. And now Bob is an owner. So Bob, what do you do? What do people do with condos? I mean, will you guys work on townhomes?
We will work on townhomes if they're single story. So side by side unit, multiplexes,
because all of the mechanical is confined to one area.
That's correct,
or one place.
And so even we did about 30% commercial work up until about 6 years ago, and I made the decision when I bought the company that that we're going to be the best residential service provider in the state. Now, again, condos, apartments, those are residential, but they're commercial buildings. And so they share a lot of the same drain lines.
That's tough, because if you clean out a local service line for a condo that goes into a massive, conduit that everyone uses, and you have backups and it's not your fault.
And it's hard to identify. Sometimes those buildings were not plumbed correctly to begin with. And so there's many times we might be snaking a drain in one condo, and that drain line ends up going to the condo next door or below. And if it's not plumbed properly, it could pop through the drain line and cause tons of damage. So
what I want to do is I want to know if anyone knows companies at all that deal with condos. Townhomes are different. They're side by side, and they're kind of complete homes unto themselves. I'm talking about shared stuff. Bo's taken a look at a few of them for us. Bo, you took a look at them, and
I never liked doing them either.
Go ahead.
When I was in business, because you get so much liability.
So the ones you've looked at, what is that thing called? A chiller that people?
The evaporative cooler. That generic term is swamp cooler.
But they use those in condos?
No, not really. They don't use them in.
No, but what was the thing you looked at? You said that was leaking and it broke, and it was the condo's problem, not hers, but she still had to fix it anyway.
It was a condensate line from a mini split system, I believe.
So condos share. If you have a condo, and I'm talking to condo owners right now, and then Eduardo, I'll get right to you. But as a condo owner, I get a lot of condo owners listening. I know I do because of my emails. So if you're in a condo, do you have your own furnace for that unit, or do they use heat pumps, or how are they usually? Are they everything? They could be anything.
Yeah, it depends. A lot of big complexes use a boiler,
and then the whole
system.
Place.
And
if you have a boiler that sends hot water heat to every condo, how do they bill them for it?
They're all zoning systems. So
they're zoned. So
right.
So one boiler produces it, but then you control your zone.
Correct.
Okay. So by controlling your zone, do they have a meter on that or something? Or do they just charge per square foot? I'm wondering how that works.
Normally they have a timer. They'll have a timer in the basement, and then they'll read how many hours that zone valve was open, and they can bill it that way.
Okay.
Or like in my building, I just charge them. I just build it into the rent. But
so heat is included with the rent, and you have a big boiler.
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, I say big boilers. Big boilers are old. New boilers are small. Bob, I am
changed.
Oh my God. I had a boiler replaced one time many years ago. It was probably almost the size of a small bed in a small pickup truck. Okay, it had a footprint. Take the little downsized pickups. That was maybe the footprint, or maybe half of that. And the new one looks like a giant bread box.
Right.
It is amazing to me. I think, are people building new water heat systems now? Are they building water heater systems?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
As a main source of heat.
Yes. Yeah, we still install quite a few boilers, and
so you got to plumb the whole house with a boiler. You got to plumb the whole house for a boiler, obviously.
Yes.
And they're called radiators because heat radiates from them. But even those are so more efficient than they used to.
They're very efficient. Yeah.
So the parts of a boiler, you have the boiler, then you have the manifolds which distribute the hot water to the rooms, and then each room has a cutoff valve to let the hot water in or out. Do they zone hot water, or
they do zone? Yes, and so people might be familiar with like electric heat, where you have the electric baseboard heats, or the old radiators. Where you see the radiators.
Yeah, the big radiators.
They're always in horror movies.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, and now radiant floor heat is really the direction most of them.
If you were building a house right now, building one, and I'd like to ask people this, what heat would you put in your home? I mean, there are so many choices right now. I love radiant heat in the floors. Is it efficient?
It is efficient, yes, because it's a closed loop system, and
it doesn't
there's not
take
a
a lot for the house to feel comfortable, does it?
Correct.
But does it warm the air at all, or mainly just people and items?
No, it does.
It does heat the air.
Yes, if you walk into a home that uses a boiler system, on let's say a new build that has installed a boiler system, it'll be a very comfortable heat.
So a boiler system with radiant floor heat. Can radiant floor heat come through carpeting?
It can, yes, but yeah.
Is that normally?
But typically it'd be hardwood tile.
So you would have less carpeting in a home
Concrete.
and you'd have less carpeting, obviously, in a home that enjoys, radiant heat. I've heard radiant heat can be put in walls and ceilings as well.
Yeah, and again, now you're getting to the technical side of the business.
No, I understand. And then they have electric radiant heat for ceilings, I hear.
Yes.
There are so many choices. I'd like to hear from people who actually, and I could include my YouTube morons, but they're such morons that I'm not sure they even know what I'm talking about. But a lot of them are up on stuff. So what I'd like to do is ask my morons, basically, seriously now, I'd like to know some of the most creative heating systems you've come across, and I'd like to know what you're using right now in your home. This home I have here has just hot air. Hot air is very inefficient, isn't it? A furnace just blowing hot air is inefficient in general.
It can be, depending on how well insulated your home is and the efficiencies of the furnace.
But as a heat source, it's heating up air.
Correct. And that's where, we talk about humidification all the time in Colorado, because Colorado is such a dry heat. And if you add a humidifier to your system, it'll hold that heat. It'll be a much more comfortable heat.
Oh, really?
Not to mention the benefits of
wait a minute, you're saying
allergies,
that
hardwoods.
if you have hot air heat and add humidification, the heat lingers longer.
Yes. And you walk into a home that has properly controlled humidification, and
you use less heat.
It is very you'll use less heat. It's more comfortable, and again, there's benefits for allergies, hardwood floors, static electricity. I mean, there's so many benefits to humidification.
And by the way, today's business idea: start a company that exclusively deals with condos. My God, I mean, there's so much in demand, and so many companies are turning them down. So start a company that exclusively deals with condos and townhomes, and especially condos. And then what you do is you sign an agreement with the HOAs, and then you split according to what you're doing. If you have to do a repair in a condo that goes into some common area plumbing, I know it would be a pain in the ass, but it would be a niche, and it would be instant business.
Well, and Tom, here's my philosophy on that, and I don't want to badmouth competitors.
No, go ahead.
we have so many good competitors in Colorado, and but in residential, the barrier to entry is much lower, and so when you do commercial work, when you're in a commercial building, typically those building owners or landlords or management companies are going to require all the licensing and insurance information, all that up
and you
front.
have to have way more than normal.
Well, not only way more, but in residential, there's nobody really regulating it. You're supposed to pull permits, and we do on every single job.
Oh, what you're saying is,
but
what you're
but
saying,
the
you
majority
can
of
get
our
away with a lot
competitors-
more.
The majority of our competitors are not licensed properly. They're not qualified to do the work. They don't pull the permits that are necessary.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me right now there are HVAC companies right now that advertise
HVAC, plumbing, electrical,
that don't have permits and licensing?
Absolutely.
Are you
Probably
telling
the
me-
majority
are
of
you-
competitors.
Come on. Are you telling me there are plumbing companies that don't have master plumbers?
Absolutely.
How do they get away with it?
Well, either they don't pull the permits, or they hire an outside master plumber to carry a license for them.
But there's nothing wrong really with an outside master
No.
plumber, technically, if you have
as
skills.
long as they're overseeing the work, as long as
they
monitoring
truly
the
are.
work. Right.
Some of them just you just buy their, you're
Yeah.
just renting their license.
Typically, it's a retired plumber. He's looking to make a little extra money for $500
And
bucks a month.
he never goes in the place.
He never goes into the homes. He never monitors the work.
And well, is a master plumber supposed to monitor the work, like literally inspect it? What does it mean to be working under a master license?
They need to have oversight of the job. So direct oversight of the job. That doesn't necessarily mean
that
they
could
should
get a
be on
plumber
the
in
job
trouble,
site.
though. If there's
Well, but if
a
they're
problem-
retired, they have no fear of losing their license. So if by chance the city or the state would come after their license.
I see. I saw a company. I know of a company, several, but over the years, a company that had a master plumber that was retired. And I asked, how does that work? And they said, oh, he's on the books as our master plumber. I said, well, does he inspect the job? No. Do they call and ask him questions? No. They say our journeyman know more than he does. And he has the master plumbing license, and that's required. And I said, and again, these people,
and again, if the technicians are licensed, they're journeymen, or they have their proper licenses, they're probably doing great work.
Right.
So,
but technically, the master plumber is the overseer.
All I'm saying is that the majority of the people in our industry should not be doing the work.
Okay, but God, that's a bold statement. Do you have names and numbers? No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put you out there. Here's what I want to ask, though. Are you saying there are some that have a retired master plumber? Okay, but are there some that have no licensing whatsoever?
They call themselves handymen, or they
and then they do plumbing. And
I don't want to stereotype, because there's great handymen.
Right.
There's people that do a lot of really.
No, I understand. They might have skills and stuff, but they're not doing it legally.
Correct.
And they don't have the insurances to cover them if they screw up. So what I want to know is what requires a plumbing license. That's what I want to know. What literally can I put in a garbage disposal? Can I change a faucet, washer, or whatever they call them now? I want to know that coming up. I want to know where do you need a license? I want to educate my people who care about getting licenses. I actually had someone who wanted to know who does plumbing under the table. They don't care. People sometimes just care about price, and they don't care about your license or puller permit until something goes wrong. I had a guy doing, I'm going to tell the story about the $1,200 furnace. Oh my God. And he advertised on this show. More coming up on that. All your calls, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Thank you.
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, from now
I
on.
want you to know what?
I'm serious when I say this now. From now on, you can take a break whenever you want.
Oh, I took a break years ago. I'm still.
No, I'm serious. You can play the music whenever you think I'm going too far. I'm serious,
traffic.
and I will go right
From
to
the
it.
superstar car.
Between the two of us, who do you think's better at this job in this industry?
You.
No.
As far as
rock scaling
keeping things
closure,
on time,
although now
you.
open.
I get diarrhea of the mouth.
Not even that part. I'm just saying that, you know, 50 years in the business, you got an airplane, a helicopter. I live in a van in the parking lot. I think you're better at this job. That's all I'm saying.
Penya's running.
But I will tell you this: anytime you want, you can work on my plumbing under the table.
Okay. Mississippi, we've got a little bit of a jam up. It could be construction related. But
What a
the
comedian.
freeway system's pretty light. Speeds on the high side for the most part. With traffic, I'm John.
Just do your freaking job.
Ben Ferguson, and I'm Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do.
And next time you see me, I'm sure you'll kick me in the jimmy.
We have millions of listeners. We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. So download Vertical.
Stop talking, Bo.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. I often joke about smacking my guy here and Shannon because he's a wise guy. You know what? We've actually had guys that start fooling around and get into a fight and an assault charge results. Or we had people with arguments with their neighbor and the neighbor said, you seemed menacing and threatening. Or we've had people that done stupid things like 110 miles an hour. Or they've drank one too many and did not realize they were drunk. All of these things, Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. You see, you don't have to be a hardened criminal to need a defense attorney. Joe Lazzara does it this way. He'll talk to you free of charge up front. He'll give you a flat rate for your offense and then handle your case from beginning to end for one flat rate. Lazzara Legal That's Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com or call him. Free initial consultations, flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200.
Awesome. And Bo, I wasn't telling you to shut up because I hate you.
Yeah, you
Tom
were.
Just needed to. No, Tom had to do a commercial.
How much time do I have now?
Sorry, man.
I want to get coffee. How much time?
4.5.
Oh, good.
Plenty of time.
If not, you weren't mad. I was trying to pay you a little compliment.
You're so sweet.
So, how come you never did get your own show, Shannon Scott?
I was on the air quite a lot in the mid-'90s, but then I got in a lot of trouble for making fun of Mickey Mantle when he had cancer, and I thought, I don't need this.
Really?
Yep.
God, you are full of stories.
It's weird.
Stop talking. It's funny.
No, I just needed you to stop talking because it was Tom's turn.
Okay. I know, I get accused of not talking enough around here.
No, I'll never accuse you of that.
Oh, shh. So, Bob, where are you going to take your flight lessons?
Out at Centennial, so.
Do they still have wings over the Rockies over there?
They do, but.
That's where I took mine.
Did you?
That was like 25 years ago.
Okay, yeah, Wings Over the Rockies is still there.
I thought they were good, but.
So, yeah, Tom has been encouraging me, and so I'm going to use his light sport plane and rent that from him, and then he's been interviewing some pilots.
Okay, Lord, we're going to take you right after the break, okay?
Rob,
so just hang on for me.
Doesn't like fixed wings, so.
Oh, does Rob fly
hang on.
fixed wing?
He flies them, but he doesn't like them, so he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to give me lessons. So Tom's interviewing some.
I met Rob at that Meat Fest thing a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was out of town. That was a bummer. I was looking forward to that.
Do you know he's in our industry? Do you know where he works?
Oh, I did not.
He works at Johnson Controls.
Okay.
He's one of the head guys there.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He did tell me that.
I don't know what he does there, but he's been there a long time. So I said, well, I thought he was an instructor full time, the way he's always flying around, but he does it part time. But he must be pretty good if Tom uses him all the time.
Well, he's Tom's instructor.
Yeah.
Tom probably knows more than he does, but.
Yeah, he said he'd take me up sometime.
I just love it.
He seems like a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Shannon is a jerk, by the way. Did I say that with the mic on? Damn it.
Yeah.
I did. I had the mic.
Shannon Scott, wannabe off-air talent. I was telling Tom, that Rob, your instructor's in our HVAC industry. Did you?
What instructor?
Rob, your helicopter. I met him at the Meat Fest.
What? Yeah, and he's in our what industry?
It's for Johnson Controls.
Yeah.
That's an HVAC company, an HVAC manufacturer.
Yeah, but they do all kinds of controls for all kinds of things.
Okay.
They had one of them in my aircraft.
A Johnson Control?
Yep, I had a here's what I did. I actually traced it down and found a little relay, and it said Johnson Controls on it.
Oh.
And I Googled it. They happened to be in Denver, so I went. It was a micro switch, and I went to the place, and they said, "Well, we don't deal with consumers here."
Right, it's down south, isn't it?
Yeah.
Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Because it would have but it would have been a pen. Hi, Tom Martino here, your troubleshooter. Okay, let's go to the phones. And what's on your mind today, and how can we help you, Lloyd?
Okay, so I had some problems with Brakes Plus. I brought my car into Brakes Plus back in December to do some power steering, to have them look and fix my power steering
Now,
pump.
so before, this is what I need to know, Lloyd. So when you went in there, you knew you had a power steering problem?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
So they told me that they needed to do more than just a power steering, and they needed to do the rack and pinion also to fix the problem. I said, no, I just need you to do the power steering. And so they said, okay, we'll do the power steering. And they charged me $900 to do that, the power steering.
Now, why did you bring up the rack and pinion? Why did you bring up the rack and pinion? What did that mean? Did that give you a clue?
I didn't.
No. I mean, why did you bring it up? Lloyd, why did you bring it up in our conversation now? Did you think that was, I needed to know that because you thought maybe they were trying to sell you something that you didn't need?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
That's not what I asked them for.
Right. So how much do they charge you for your for your power steering? How much do they charge you?
$900.
Okay, so what's the problem now, sir?
Okay, so when I brought the car in, I told them do the power steering. They wanted to do the rack and pinion.
Gotcha.
Also, okay, I'm about to get to that point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so then they did I told them no, don't do the rack and pinion, just do the power steering.
Right.
So they did it, and nothing was done. It was the same way as when I brought it in there. I could barely turn the steering
Wait
wheel.
a minute. You paid $900 and it had the same exact problem?
Yes, they told me they couldn't do nothing about it because they said, exactly, I said, that's what happened. I gave them $900 and got the car back the same way I brought it in there.
What's the name? Oh, wait.
You guys gotta do something.
Yeah, it's Brakes Plus, but which Brakes Plus was it?
The one on 35th and Tower Road.
Okay, so what do they, listen, this is a pretty obvious question, but I need to ask it. So as soon as you get your car and you have the same problem, I would have gone back and say, hey guys, I paid you $900 and I still have the same problem.
I did exactly that.
And what did they say?
And then we got into a big argument. Inside the store.
Like
manager was
almost fisticuffs kind of argument?
Yes, and one of the guys started to threaten me.
Uh-oh.
He threatened me. He told me threatened me and told me if I don't be quiet and quit using foul language, he's going to jump across that counter and bust me upside the head.
Uh-oh.
Because there was foul language being used by both sides. I
get it.
Mad.
So where do we stand right now, sir?
Okay, so what happened is the manager wasn't actually there at that point. So the next time they said,
well, wait. Did they say when you went back and said it's not fixed? Did they say we'll redo it?
No, they told me to bring it back. Well, wait a minute. Okay, so when I first got it back from them, and they said they did what they said they was gonna do, but I left with it the same way.
Right.
And I called back a day or so later because the manager wasn't there at that time.
Right.
So I called the manager. The manager, when the manager was there the next Monday,
right,
and I explained to him, and he said, well, you bring it back in. He told me to bring it back in, and he'll make sure everything is okay. He's going to make sure we do what needs to be done. So I brought it back in that next day, Monday, And the manager looks over it and says, okay, you are going to need a rack pinion or whatever. We do need to do that. And, well,
okay, hold on 1 sec. I gotta take a break, Lloyd. This is really interesting. I want to try to help you, and I'm hoping we can. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, we've had a rock scaling closure, although now open once again. This is at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels there at the bottom of Floyd Hill. We still have some backups out of Idaho Springs and coming down Floyd Hill. It should recover fairly quickly. We'll keep you posted on the next closure. Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport. A little bit of a slowdown there. Southbound
There's
Santa Fe,
always a
Mississippi.
slowdown there, for
We've got a little
God's
bit of a
sakes.
jam up. It could be construction related, but the rest of the freeway system's pretty light.
When have you not
Speeds on
seen
the high
Pena?
side for the most part.
Man.
With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
If you're in an accident, any accident with injuries, you're going to have questions for sure, especially for you, your loved ones, your passengers. Here's the deal, okay? John Fuller is the only personal injury attorney I know that does it this way. He will talk to you up front without you signing up. Now, most want you to sign up, okay? And then they talk to you as your client, as their client. But John Fuller says, I'll talk to you about your case. I'll give you advice. I'll do it all. And then if you do decide to sign up, that's on you. That's fine. Then I'll do it on a percentage fee basis. But you get his personal cell phone and you can continue this personalized service. John Fuller, put him to the test. He says, call me. I'll answer your questions. I won't force you to sign up. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. John Fuller.
Thank you.
Thanks for the whistle, by the way.
Yeah. Because next time you're here, you'll probably be having to tell the cops what I said to you.
Don't jump across that counter and bust me upside the head.
I like that drop.
That's a good one.
I want you to play it during strategic. Oh, my wife's trying to call me. Yes, honey, what's going on?
Hang on for me.
Caliber Marine?
I know them. You know, they're on county line, right?
I'm sorry, honey. He comes highly recommended. Hold on. Okay, here's the number, 303.
Okay, it's 214-227-2154. Long-term care benefits and guaranteed to never lose money. Get all the information on this 2154. Correct. No problem.
You're on a date. The conversation is flowing, the food is amazing, and then bad breath happens. And suddenly you're leaning back instead of leaning in.
One of the left-hand... oh, shit. Yes, honey? Okay, 303.
Hi, is this Cheryl?
Cheryl, this is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Hi. We received your email about an issue you're having. Can you just summarize it for me really quickly? So it's a possible scam?
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan, whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance. CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG.
I got it. Okay. Hang on for me because Tom is going to ask you some certain questions. So hang on for me and he'll be with you momentarily, okay? Okay, no problem.
NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. I have Bob Logan with me from Plumline Services. So I have one quick text. They want to know if they wanted to do, and I'll take these calls. So hang on if you're a caller, but they want to know this. It's very simple, Bob. If you want to add radiant heat, I mean, is it almost impossible to retro a house?
Yeah, you're doing a complete remodel.
Yeah, you got to pull up all the floors, right?
Yes.
And then work. Is it a wire? No, it's a little tubing.
You'll never.
I don't think it's a good idea.
It'll never be worth it.
Okay. Now listen. Lloyd, Brakes Plus. I want to have Bo talk to you off the air, and we'll take you right after the news. So hang on, Lloyd. I mean, Bo will talk to you, Lloyd. So get his number, Kachina. And Cheryl, you're first up. Out of the break, your sister was scammed out of money. We want to help. I promise you, this is where we shine. Hang on. Okay, so can you go if you get Lloyd's thing now, he'll talk to him off the air and summarize everything when we come back, and we'll work on it.
Sure.
He'll call him right now. Thank you.
Sure.
Sure.
All right, Lloyd, we're going to go ahead and escalate this.
You know what's going to happen?
What?
Don't jump across that counter and bust me upside the head.
Yeah. I love that.
Yes.
I go over to Brakes Plus and they bust me upside down.
Especially in that part of town.
Do you know there are so many gadgets that it's amazing to me.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hang up with you so Bo can talk with you. And, he's going to help you get to some sort of recourse, okay?
Yeah.
All right. No problem. Thank you. Bye.
Good luck, Bo. We're all behind you.
Are we?
Can you hear that?
You chewing and blowing your nose? Yes.
No, can you hear my computer right now when I play this video?
Do it.
What is his phone number?
Who, Bo?
Just give
Tom?
it to me right now.
Why do you need Bo? Oh, you need Bo's number to text him?
No. You sent me a phone number.
Oh, no. Okay. Right after I sent it, I said I sent it in error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I sent it to you. I was supposed to be sending that to someone else.
Okay, got it.
Sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
Let me call my wife here. I got some time. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, no, Jesus Christ has nothing to do with it. Shut up, Tom. Having aircraft is wonderful.
Got it, Bo.
Long-term care.
Who cares? 4.3 is nothing. Jesus. Get over yourself.
What, inches?
I mean, unless you're an absolute fucking
Unless you're at the epicenter.
no, not even that. 4.3, you know. It'll get you up. It'll make you look around. But then you go back to sleep.
What if you run the Waterford Crystal store on Main Street and
Everything's retrofitted. We had to do that after Northridge.
oh yeah.
It was
And Northridge was after the World Series one, right?
correct. Yeah,
Because World Series was October of '89.
correct. Northridge was 94, if I remember correctly. And that sucked. I mean, I've never been so scared in my life. Our ceiling fan, our pool was pretty far away. I would say at least, you know, 25, 30 feet away from the house. And when I went downstairs, it looked like it had rained because the pool had, basically done that. And then my dad's first, and it was only my dad and I. My mom was up north. Wendy was in Palm Springs, if I remember. So she felt it, but it wasn't like what we did. I mean, it was, there are, very nice earthquakes that are just kind of like they shake, and you're like, okay, we're fine. And you go back to sleep. This one was not that. And it was like, 4 o'clock in the morning or whenever it hit. And I remember my cat was sleeping with us, or sleeping with me. And that's when it initially woke me up because he bolted and went under the bed. I'm like, whatever, dude. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 the windows in my room just all started to crack. And I was like, holy crap, and I'm running, and this is the worst part of the entire story. My dad was in the shower because it was like 4 o'clock in the morning and he had to go into work. And so I run down the hall and I'm screaming for him, and he's like, get in the doorway. And so I did that. And then because we had this bay window that looked out over, LA, and all the transformers blew, and then everything went black. We lost power. And I was like, oh my God. And this is before smartphones or anything, so we were screwed. So I had to basically crawl, because I couldn't see, back to my room and find like my little jukebox radio, and and they're like, yeah, it was an 8 point whatever. Yeah, that was not good.
Just always reminds me of.
It wasn't great.
Was it like this?
Kinda.
You remember that?
I do not.
Really?
What is that?
It's Laverne and Shirley when they moved to L.A. They're in an earthquake, and anytime I hear of an earthquake, oh shit.
Are we on yet? It's 11:07.
Yes, sir.
Are we on the air?
Yes, sir.
I didn't even hear the opening. I mean, it would have been nice if you gave me a little cue or something, for God's sakes. Yeah, I'm a curmudgeon.
You're all right.
All right. I want to talk to Cheryl, by the way. How long were you listening to my private conversation before I realized I was on the air?
We didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was talking about getting body work done. It's hard to find people nowadays that actually
Your
do.
own body?
No, car bodies and stuff. Anyway, it's hard to find shops that do small jobs. So if you don't have a big insurance wreck, it's really hard to find places to do repairs. Anyway, I digress. I'm going to talk to Cheryl now. And Cheryl scammed. And by the way, Bo is talking to the other guy that who had a problem with Brakes Plus. So we'll have an update on that. But Cheryl, right now, this sounds pretty serious. What is going on?
Yes, Tom, thank you for taking my call. I'm a first-time caller, but long-time listener.
Well, thank you.
I'm calling for my sister.
Okay. What happened?
Yeah, she's the one that was scammed.
How? How was she scammed?
Scammed. Well, she got an alarm on her computer in the middle of the night and was contacted by someone from Microsoft.
But it wasn't. Okay, so what happened was somewhere along the line, either in an email or some other website, there was a virus. I know this scam. There's a virus that's downloaded that sounds an alarm, and the alarm says either your hard drive is going to be erased or somebody's in your computer. Call this number immediately. And then they say they're from Microsoft, and I'm going to let you finish, but I want to know if this is it. Then when they say they're from Microsoft, they say they need access to her computer, and she can stay on the line with them. Is that how it works?
Yes, well, and they said they were from the fraud department.
Of course, that's right.
And yes. And they were going to help her track down this fraud.
Right.
They were trying to get into her online banking.
Oh, my God.
They should stay off her computer, and that she shouldn't tell anyone.
But she gave them access to her computer. She gave them access to her computer, right?
Well, she didn't even need to. Because what they had her do.
Yeah.
She ended up going to her bank.
Oh God, no.
And wiring every red cent that she had in there.
How much was it?
To the place they told her they were setting up an account at a Wells Fargo bank.
God.
To keep her money safe.
This is so sad.
And it's over $100K.
Oh, no. No, Cheryl. She lost $100,000?
That was just from the bank. She also did it with her IRA.
How much was in that?
I've been too afraid to ask.
Oh, my God. So she's penniless right now. She lost every dime she had.
Every dime she had, Tom. I haven't slept for 2 days. She told us this on Saturday.
Cheryl, I want to cry right now. I swear to God. I want to cry. How old is she?
So do I. She's 75.
Okay, I'm 72. Come on. Why?
I know.
Doesn't she ever hear the news or anything? Didn't she even
No. And she was extremely vulnerable. She lost her fiance 6 months ago. Her fiance's daughter threw her out of the house she was living in. She had to move back from Florida to Colorado with only 2 suitcases of belongings because the daughter threw out all her belongings. She had to start over from scratch.
Did she call the FBI?
Years old.
Has she called the FBI?
Yes, she reported it to the FTC, to the FBI. She's filed a police report. She's filed, with the bank. She's filed an investigation report.
When she went,
Cheryl,
when she went
yes.
to wire the money, did anyone at the bank ask her what she's doing?
Yes, and they tried to stop her.
Oh my God! And why didn't she listen? Why didn't she listen to them?
I don't know. She doesn't know. She just said I was being stupid. I was stupid. She said I believed this guy from Microsoft. She said he was so convincing, and she's in such a vulnerable state. She's grieving and she's vulnerable. And he told her, don't tell anybody. So she didn't tell the people at the bank that she believed that, there was this fraud going on or this scam.
What was tell me what they said they were going to do. They were going to protect her money. Is that why she drew it out?
Yes. Yes, they were going to secure all her money.
I don't want her exact address, but where does she live? In Denver?
In the South Metro area, yeah.
Listen, I want to talk to her separately and figure out some. I mean, did the FBI? Did anyone have any hope of finding these people?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, she just found out Thursday that all her money was gone. So she's just been doing all this filing and reporting.
What is her income situation? What is her income situation now?
Social Security. She's living in a subsidized housing situation.
She had $100,000 in her bank account.
Yes.
And she lost every dime of it.
106. And she handed it over to these people that took it away.
Oh, God. Do you wonder, how do these people sleep at night, for God's sakes? How do they
I don't know.
live
I
with
don't
themselves?
Know. It's awful. I know. It's awful. It's just awful.
What's amazing to me, Cheryl, what's amazing to me is all of this publicity about hackers and about scammers, that there's still victims out there like your sister who will still fall prey to it.
I know. And, a year ago, I don't think she would have. But with everything she's been through over the last 6 months, I think it's
here's the thing. Even if her competency is in question, the bank did try to stop her. What did the bank say to her?
Mm-hmm. They said, why are you doing this? Are you sure you want to do this? Are you under any duress? Is someone asking you for this money?
And she wouldn't share with them.
Right. She just said, no, this is what I want to do. I want to do this. Here's the information for Wells Fargo. I just want to transfer it to there. And,
So where did she actually transfer the money? From where to where?
From Bank of America to Wells Fargo.
And the Wells Fargo, the account that she transferred it to, where is it located, this Wells Fargo account?
I don't know if we have a location. She has a person's name, and I think she has the account number. She kept very good notes from every time she talked to this person and all the information.
Would she be willing? Do you think she'll be willing to talk to me?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she would.
Okay. And then it went into...
Yeah.
She
would love to get, any of the money back.
Here's what I'm thinking. If it went to a Wells Fargo account, is the FBI at least looking into that account? Because it has to be that's going to be the hook, whoever opened that Wells Fargo account.
Yeah.
This fraud's got to stop. Here's the problem. People are people are walking into it. It's such a terrible thing. Oh, man, this must make you feel sick, too.
I haven't slept for 2 nights since I found out about it. It's awful. It's just awful. I'm sick for her.
And
yeah, it's awful.
How did she accumulate this money? Was this a lifelong savings?
Yes, yeah. She worked her whole life till just probably a couple years ago.
Does she feel embarrassed right now?
Yes, of course. She came over here Saturday to tell me about it and just sat and cried. And, how could I be so stupid? How could I, how could this happen? I'm going to have to get a job now. And, it's just awful. It's awful.
What? So she doesn't have enough to live on.
Well, I think her Social Security can cover her rent and maybe her food, but, if she has any emergencies
I know. Trust me, I know, Cheryl.
Yeah.
This is so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. I really do want you to leave contact information for her. I'd like to maybe call her off the air even, and we'll oh God, I just can't. I can't stomach this. Every day I come on this show and I just can't believe people who are victim like this. It's just so terrible.
I can give her your email address off the
Good.
air.
Give her my personal email. Cheryl, I'm going to work on this. I'm not sure what I can do, but I will know this. I do know this. They have an account, at least they did, at this Wells Fargo. That is going to be our first clue. And we have to figure out where the Wells Fargo is. And look, I'm going to take a stab at it. Who knows if we can help? I will try my best to at least figure something out. Wells Fargo's got to have information nowadays with the new regulations when somebody opens an account and then they receive a big sum of money. I don't know. I mean, I might be crazy, but I'm going to start there. That's the weak link, is where they take, where they receive money. Now, after the break, I'm going to explain a way they receive money that could shut us down. But thank you for calling us about this. It will put many people aware right now that might have gotten a call or are thinking about it. They tell you you're a victim of fraud and you need to move your money out of your account. What they have you do is move it to them and you lose it. It's a total scam. This breaks my heart. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Compass Insurance is doing a free insurance checkup of all of your insurances. They can help you consolidate, save money sometimes. At other times, you might have a great deal, but it's a true analysis, free of charge. 303-996-9000, theinsurancehelpcenter.com.
Long-term care is the biggest risk facing people over the age of 65. Joe, how can you protect yourself against this risk?
Long-term care insurance is very expensive. Our annuity includes a long-term care benefit.
And as a client of Joe's who has a family history of needing long-term care, this benefit is very important to me.
Protect yourself. Call Joe and the gang, 303-779-6600, or go to mymoneymyway.com.
Hey, if you want to really improve the outside of your house, I want to direct you to Genesis Total Exteriors. What's going on around your house? They handle it all. Hey, Mark, give me an example of what people should be doing right now.
I tell you, Tom, now is the perfect time to walk around your house because the weather is changing. I think we turn into fall on Friday or Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday. And hey, now is the time to address the outside of your house because soon enough the bad weather is going to be here. And there's nothing worse than if your house is not properly protected to handle the cold, bad, snowy weather, hot, cold that we get here in the wintertime. Walk around your house and take a look to see, hey, do you need paint job? Do you have windows? Is caulking failing around your windows? Have you had your roof inspected lately? Now's the time to take a look at all these things. Maybe even you want to upgrade your house. Maybe you want to go from siding to stucco and stone in the outside of the house and really improve the curb appeal of your house. now is the time to call us.
Yeah, and it's a
Get us in
great
there so
time.
we can give you an estimate.
It's a great time to work on stuff. And Mark, you'll even do the walk around with them if they want an expert eye to look at things to see, because sometimes these external problems can add to very serious internal problems, right?
You bet. You know, like a house that needs painting, if you just keep letting it go, what's going to happen is your siding is going to start to fail. Then instead of just having to pay for a paint job, you need to replace siding because the new paint wouldn't hold to the old siding that's deteriorating. Now's the time to give us a call, Tom.
Yeah, and I'm going to give out that number right now. And folks, here's another thing that I want to stress. Like you might have some leakage around the eaves or the soffits, or you might have a roof leak around a vent. See, these things could be festering inside your walls or inside your ceiling of your attic. That is what we're talking about. Not just the way your house looks, but the way it functions. You can trust GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Anything on the outside of your house, getting it ready for winter, and just getting it ready for the future. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509.
Thank you.
Gone. Yay.
Oh, poor thing. Oh, Jesus, Bobby.
Yeah, so Adam basically just said, no, sweetheart, it's not AI.
What's not AI?
Charlie Kirk's murder.
Charlie Kirk's kill shot.
It looked like it. It was so good as far as angle and every aspect, and the blood gushing. I thought this has to be AI.
That's what my initial thought was. But the funny part is that...
There's a funny part?
Right after you sent me that video, he sent me that video. And one was from Reddit and one was from Instagram. So I'm like, okay, two different things. So this can't be real. And yeah, Adam was just like, honey, he's gone. And, you know, unfortunately, Ryan and I had to report it in real time because it also was what's
going on?
Also with the
UK?
No, the Evergreen shooting.
Yep.
So we were doing both stories in real time, and
Tom hasn't been listening to you for a minute.
I've listened to every word she's saying.
No, it's okay.
I've listened to everything.
Often tells me to shut
How
up.
are you listening and typing?
I just do.
Okay.
So do I need to get Lloyd back on?
Depends on what Bo did to Lloyd.
I want to see what Bo is doing with that case.
I'm glad it wasn't a grease monkey. That would be awful.
Tour. Get your tickets today at HarlemGlobetrotters.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we have Bob Logan with us from Plumline Services. We've had a number of calls this morning, very troubling. This show has become so troubling. I want to talk about receiving money in a scam. Like, is that your clue as to who scammed you? In this particular case, this woman, this 75-year-old woman, was scammed into sending her money from her account from Bank of America over to Wells Fargo, a Wells Fargo account somewhere. So that's the one weak link when it comes to scammers, they have to receive the money. And in order to do so, it must be a bank account. So I want you to put on your thinking cap, Bob Logan. And with just the information that we've just received, how do you believe someone will receive the money without being traced? Now, I want you to really think about it. All we have is her. She gave complete access to her account with wiring to get the money out and to send it to Wells Fargo. Now, when it arrives at Wells Fargo, why can't the FBI trace that account to the perpetrator? Why?
Because the account's not open under the perpetrator's name. It's
Okay.
a false social security number.
Okay, but when you open an account, a brand new account, they do get information from you. It is difficult to establish it under, almost impossible to open it under a false identity. However, if it's not a false identity, it's a very easy way to open it. And I'm going to give you the scenario, people. This is ingenious and diabolical. So we just heard about how Cheryl's sister was scammed. They have access to Cheryl's sister's account. So in other cities, they have access to other victims' accounts. They literally will have you wire your money to one of those accounts they have control over. Now, the victim doesn't know. The other victim doesn't know they'll be getting cash. So what they do is immediately go and take the money out of that account as soon as it's wired there. So people always wonder, how do they get the money? They get the money by having it deposited into someone else's account. They can do it in a number of ways. First, a previous victim of theirs. They still have access to that account. That account often lays dormant and is not closed, or it's before the scammer, the victim knows they've been scammed. They can use that to launder the money, so to speak. Another way is to hire people with a false job. We've heard of these internet jobs, get money for transferring money or transferring goods. These drop houses, we call them, where they receive cell phones and electronics and software software mostly over the air right now. But let's say false drop points. People have been duped into receiving goods and forwarding them. It's called the freight forwarding scam. So it's a way that scammers can receive merchandise at a location that's not theirs, but then that person at that location then forwards it to them. They get it forwarded to some not bogus, but some mail drop. They grab the stuff, close the mail drop, and the only person exposed is the person who did this supposed job. So there are remember this. So two ways scammers receive goods and services and money. Number one, they receive the money in another account from someone they've just ripped off. Or two, they receive the money from a freight forwarder participant. People answer jobs on the internet. Now, Kachina, your husband has been looking for jobs, and isn't he the one that mentioned about 80% of them are scams?
Yeah, they're called ghost jobs, where companies will want to make themselves out to be hiring. We're hiring right now, but in the truth, they're not. But it's also they can lift their stock prices up.
Yeah, it gives an indication that they're expanding, but some of those jobs are becoming a freight forwarder. A freight forwarder sounds innocuous. It sounds, hey, I can do this. Here's what happens. So Bob is the criminal. He approaches me and says, Tom, I will pay you to receive packages and forward them to me. The reason I need this done is because I travel a lot and our business is all over the world, and we need an established address to receive goods And that's what you tell me. And I say, okay, so you give out my address as to where things are to be shipped. So when you rip off someone on their business account and order 100 laptops, or you order cell phones, or you order something else, you have them sent to my house. I have agreed to accept them and then forward them. I just change the labels and forward them. I forward them to a temporary account that you created. So the question is, why do they go through this? Why don't they just start with the temporary address to begin with? Because to make a temporary address that looks real, it's too much of an establishment. They don't want you sending stuff to a portable drop, because people in the know will know it's a portable drop and might detect your scam quicker. If it's a stable address that's been there for a while, it's more likely you will participate as a victim because you're sending it to an established address. Let me tell you one other thing they do. This is incredible. And I'm telling you, these are actual cases. So they have the freight forwarder dupe, like me. Bob came to me and said, Tom, accept these packages and forward them to me. You can also do that with checks, and you can also do that with money wired into my account. If they wire 10 grand into your account, send me 9, keep 1,000. So I become a dupe, and I am helping the con artist, and I think I have a job, and I get paid for the job, and I do. But it's what you're doing is you're helping others to be scammed. But listen to this thing that people do. They actually, when you're dealing with a company and you receive laptops and they say, send the laptops back to the company or forward this to the company that ordered them, they have addresses of real companies. And what you have is you have people who wait outside when they have the guaranteed delivery. They even tell you what time sometimes they're going to be delivered. They have people outside of that business to intercept the delivery, to make it look, they sign for it, see, and they make it look like they're a representative of that business. They literally might even have a name tag they wear. They sit in their car outside of the business near shipping and receiving. And when your package is supposed to show up there, they go and intercept it. It's called, and they pay people to be interceptors. Now, the people who are paid to be interceptors, I don't know if you can call them innocent dupes. They might know they're doing a little something wrong, but that's another way they receive goods. So this weak link of receiving goods, it's always been an age-old problem for scammers. For example, when you kidnap someone, the weak link is you have the ransom, but how do you receive that ransom? Because at some point you need to receive it. And the point of reception has always been the weak link in a scam. But electronics and digital processing has made it much easier. You can also wire to an account that you establish and then close the account immediately. There are a million ways scammers receive their booty, a million ways. What you have to do is just not be part of it to begin with. And I've said this is an easy way, then I'm going to take a break, but this is an easy way to not be a scammer. No matter who calls you, no matter who talks to you, no matter who tries to hit you up, you ask one simple question. What is it going from me to them? It'll either be information on a phishing scam, that information they use later on, or it's actual money or goods. And that is where you shut it down. There is not one legitimate investigator, not one legitimate process where you have to send money or goods or services or information to someone on the phone. They will never do it. And every day, every single day, we talk about these scams. And people fall for them all the time. This Microsoft security scam goes on and on and on. And Cheryl's sister, A 75-year-old woman just sent more than 100,000 from her account, and she has lost it forever. They are so good at convincing you that they're the good guys. They tell you, do not talk to anyone at your bank. They must not know what's going on. It could be an inside job. And if they know you're moving your money, they may intercept it and keep it. So anyway, thank God I have this show. I just wish more and more people would spread the word. The thing, if everyone listening to this show, if you took only the topics we covered on this show, only those topics, you would avoid about 98% of all scams out there. And as soon as a new scam pops up, guess what? We talk about it. We eventually find out about it. This is the only show that can do that. The only show that can keep you out of trouble. That's why it's critical that we pass it around and tell people to listen and to make notes and not to fall for these scams. I'm Tom Martino.
Very nice.
KHOW Denver, 630 KL, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Somebody else. A freight forwarder.
Now,
it could be another
traffic.
Yeah, it could be another victim.
Car wash traffic.
It could be a freight forwarder.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
See, right now they have her number and all her stuff in her account. So the next person they scam, they can have them send that money to her account, and she can grab, and then they can grab it out of that account as soon as it's there.
But how do they get it out of her account, like without proper documentation or ID?
Okay, because
southbound Santa Fe, Mississippi has been backing
I've
up
mentioned this
morning.
before.
Like road work in through that stretch, and US 6 west of Golden Clear Creek Canyon construction is holding up the drive. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Nothing.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem
people can pull that off
Globetrotters
any
100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and he'll talk to you when you're in trouble. Now, listen, a lot of people get into unintended trouble. Some people make stupid mistakes. Some people just didn't realize how much they drank and they have a DUI, or they get in an argument with a neighbor. Look, there's a litany of things that can happen. Here's the message from Joe Lazzara. Do a free consultation always. Don't try to handle it yourself. If you decide to hire Joe, he'll give you a flat rate. So free initial consultations and flat rate pricing on everything. 303-429-6200. Lazzara is spelled Lazzara. Lazzaralegal.com. Find him at referralist.com. 303-429-6200. So
Thank you.
I know this sounds crazy, but right now, if I had your account number and your account and your routing number, I can go on right now on one of my electronic banks and make a draft from your account.
Troubleshooter Show.
And I need nothing from you whatsoever. Nothing.
That's crazy to me.
But it's okay. There are.
I mean, you'd think the banking industry there would have to be some kind of check and balance.
There is nothing. There is nothing. I swear to God that people don't understand it when I tell them that.
One penny. I've worked with him 30 years. That's not happening. I've asked for money. I haven't gotten it. So, no, I'm with you, brother. Thank you.
Say, what have you found out, Bo? Who are you talking to? That
Brakes Plus. The boy cannot seem to give me the right Brakes Plus.
You can't find one?
Paperwork.
I
said, you got to find the paperwork.
He doesn't even know which Brakes Plus it was.
Nope. I must have talked to him to blue in the face, so I just randomly called 3, but I do have a little synopsis.
I thought he said it was on the 35th and Tower.
Road. I called him on 35th and back. I called him on East Alameda. So he's supposed to give me the name of the manager. It's off work. He's got a business card at home, but he doesn't have it. So apparently the car's running now. It's just leaking bad. And these Brakes Plus have pretty good ratings. I think they'll take care of it. As you heard him quote threat. I heard about the scam. Did you do any help on this? I just heard it.
No, there's not much we can do about it.
Did the gal really get taken for $100,000?
Yeah, $100,000 out of her account, plus her. It went from Bank of America to Wells Fargo, plus her IRA.
Her IRA?
Yeah, and whatever was in there.
God, I wish I could heard all that. It's a little goofy. So it's the one out east. Pollock.
Hey, Precious.
What's going on there? She said,
We haven't seen her around.
yeah, she's studying and living, and just got to get her. I got to keep pushing.
Where's she going to school?
She's taking a real estate course. She's just doing it from here. Hmm. Yeah, I know. You know,
Have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, I talked about drafting accounts for money, and Bob said, and that's part of my banking secrets little article rolling around in my mind. I want to mention this. This is amazing, but I want to tell you this, and I've said it before, and I mean it. Right now, if I have your routing number, I have to have your name, your routing number, and your account number. If I have those three things, I can put a draft. Actually, I don't even really need your name because it asks. I can go to my electronic or my digital bank or any bank. And I put in what's called a draft to draft money from the account and put it in my account. Now, they tell you in a disclaimer, this is to take money that is owed to you or money from another one of your accounts. That's what they tell you. But there's no enforcement of that whatsoever. So let me explain this very carefully. And we even made a bet with a guy that was listening one time and drafted his account for a few bucks just to prove we could do it. I go to my bank and it says move money. And I hit move money or add money. Then it comes up and it says, how would you like to add money? And I put in draft an outside account. And then I put in that outside account. I call it checking because it's got to be checking or savings. Most of them are checking. And then I put in the routing number and it comes up with the bank name and then the account number. And it says, how much would you like to draft? You put down the amount and hit send. And in 2 days, the money from that account is in my account. It absolutely, positively works with just a routing number and an account number. I have often wondered why it's that easy. I swear to God, it's that easy. I can draft any one of you listening right now. If I have an old check of yours or if you somehow give me your routing number and your account number, I can draft your account. I can just take money. So what do banks do? Banks first try to blame you. Well, you must have given out this or you must have given out that. By the way, you don't need a PIN number to do it. No PIN, no authorization, no signed document. You find it hard to believe. I can see the doubt in your mind creeping in there, Bob.
Yes, it's still...
No, seriously. We could do an experiment if you wanted, but I don't want to because I don't want to have it in my account because technically it would be unauthorized. You would be authorizing me. But here's the point. Right now, I'm going to show you how it works. I'm not going to. In fact, I will show you how it works and how easy it is. I'm going to go to my online account with you sitting here to see the mechanisms I go through. So people, I've often said, to rob a bank, you don't need a gun and a knife. In fact, these scammers that go through all of this, go draw out your money and transfer it, they can do it directly. I think that they're unsophisticated and they don't understand that they can actually do that directly. So on my account, this is my bank, right? I'm going to hit my bank right there. Now, it wants me to log in, obviously. This is on my side only, right? Then I'm going to go to an account here. All right. Now, that's just one of my little accounts. Anyway, so I'm going to go here and see where it says add money. I'm going to do that and hit that.
Wait, you have $9 million in your little account?
No, listen, he's joking.
I'm joking.
No, listen. So now, did you see what I just did? It just says add money. That's all I did. Now, under add money, what does that say? What does that say?
Connect to external bank.
Right. So now, connect to an external bank. What does it want? It wants me to transfer to my account here. I put my account in there. Then select from, and then this outside account I already put in there. But had I not put in there and I want to add a new bank account, I hit that. Okay. And then I continue. And it sends a verification code to my phone, which is all right, because now, remember, I'm not needing anything special. It just gave me a code, so I put in a code here. People, I'm telling you, I'm going through a process right now where I'm going to rob him of his money. And so now it verified who I am by texting my phone. So it's protecting me, right? Now, I connect to a new institution. As soon as I press that, I go to the institution and all it will ask for, the only thing it will ask for is the routing number and the account number, and I will draft your account.
That's incredible.
I mean, you see it right here. I just connect to an external bank. It doesn't ask, do you have authority to do it? Well, it does, actually. As you start doing it, it says, have you been given authority to take this money or something? But I already get the money.
Yeah, you're a scammer. Of course you're going to.
So people, if you doubt it, I can take money from your account today. I don't need permission. Your routing number and your account number. That's why when you sign up for auto pays on the external accounts where they have your information, anyone in that organization can rob from you. We have more coming up on this and other things. 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful walk-in showers you're ever going to find. And I mean it, with porcelain walls, no maintenance whatsoever. They're wonderful people. They can do an entire bathroom remodel or just a walk-in shower, custom made for your movements. They do it in 2 or 3 days, and you get a year to pay with no interest. You got to find out more. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Yep.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Unbelievable.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, it's a quiet ride for us. Got a little slowing out to the east on I-70 from around Peoria, heading through, it looks like about Chambers or so, and then Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport from Tower back onto I-70. 270 also a little bit of company there coming west off I-70, heading up through Vasquez. We're not seeing any serious delays. Southbound Santa Fe, Mississippi has been backing up this morning. It looks like road work in through that stretch, and US 6 west of Golden Clear Creek Canyon construction is holding up the drive. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
What started out as a hobby for me and having someone manage my money under direct supervision turned out to be a company because I found out many people wanted personal supervision of their funds and their assets. So I started Wave 8 Wealth Management. We're doing very well because people who hear us trust us. When I explain to them that 98% of the industry, they're not your advisor. They simply take your money and place it with big advisors. No one is truly watching your individual goals and objectives. That's just the God's honest truth. You ask your advisor, are you using a turnkey asset management program? That means turnkey. They put your money somewhere and never look at it again. I am telling you, we handle direct investments for your goals and your objectives. We talk to you. We constantly monitor, and we offer more personalized service than anyone. 303-771-HELP. If you want me and my team to babysit your life savings and investments, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or wave8capital.com. You know, when you're in an accident, you want answers. People always want information on everything. I was just talking about investing. They want information. And with personal injury, they want information. You know, you're in an accident. What do I do? Where do I go? How much is it worth? Is it worth anything? Should I pursue it? What about their insurance? What about my insurance? What about the amount of damage? What about my car? All of these questions, John Fuller will answer free of charge. No obligation whatsoever. Just call him and talk to him. Call him. Seriously, you don't have to sign up. No other PI attorney does that. Once you do sign up, you even get a cell phone so you can continue those personal conversations. 303-597-4500. Absolutely different than any other firm. 303-597-4500.
The best.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Tom, that's actually even a better way to scare people is to say, how do you think auto pay works?
Right. That's exactly right.
You know, XL Energy doesn't have your fingerprint, your biometrics, a password.
Nope.
They just have routing and
that's right, auto pay
and your permission.
Yeah,
but that's
But there's nothing on file in writing anywhere. I can draft.
So do you not use auto pay?
Huh?
Do you not use auto pay?
I use auto pay on. How do I use on my personal login for that account? So yes, if I log into like XL Energy, I put auto pay in my login because I can eradicate it, but I don't let them initiate it. I don't let them do draws. I do.
So monthly, they don't automatically.
Well, yeah, they do actually. It is a draw, but when you have a profile, that's what I want to say on a site. And in your profile, you can do an auto pay. I do those.
So sick and tired
because
of
in your profile,
seeing pharma commercials.
If they initiate them, you can't stop them.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, and I love you. It doesn't make any difference the rest of the day.
What doesn't make any difference?
How long your lives are, but you did over a minute on Wave 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
mean, there's nothing we can do now. We can just...
I promise you I'm going to be better. Next
hour.
What
are you going to do?
Next half of the show, you're going to think I died and a new person took over.
Stop trying to make my day.
Thank you.
Oh, and do you want to warm them up, the microwave?
Can I bring it down, or do we have to eat upstairs?
No, I just don't eat here, but you guys can.
I'll come upstairs.
And here's the other thing. The paper plates are in the.
not.
Yeah, just help yourself. And then the plastic forks. Just.
Or enjoying his
I mean,
time
make
a
it.
little bit more with Ross
Yeah,
and
just
stuff.
it's your house. So
I gotta
refrigerator, anything you see in the
Go ahead and
refrigerator
keep
too. It
bitching
doesn't
about
just have to
Ross.
be the pizza. Anything you see
Oh, I
best,
will.
best interviewer in the building right now.
is me.
No, Ross.
Oh, okay.
Disagree.
Well, who do you think, Mandy? And don't say this in front of Tom. That seems mean. It really is something. The depth of and Tom, not that you don't know a ton
Where
of
the
stuff.
hell were you? I was worried.
Shut up. But it is crazy the fields that Ross hits to and does a great job with. We had the Boulder District Attorney on. Morrissey, is that his name? No.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Good enough guy. He's all right. Plays for the other team, but it's all right. And I do mean politically, not sexually. And talking about the that bad DNA, that bad what the hell was her name? Not Mitzi, something like that, right? Missy. She's in prison now. The DNA expert with Denver, or with the state, with the CBI, who's now in jail for mishandling DNA info.
Missy something.
Yeah,
It was,
Missy. But yeah, so he was talking about some of those cases, and holy crap. I don't know what journals Ross reads, but some of the detail that he understands about this stuff, I just don't get it sometimes. And Tom, once again, I love you desperately. Awesome at what you do. But that dingbat across the hall, he reads all day. That's all he does is read. And it really comes out on the air. I was reading a white paper on this, and it turns out that the mononucleo, whatever. Oh, shut up. That's all I'm saying. Because sometimes Kelly here doesn't like Ross because he, not a never Trumper, but close, right? Yeah. All right. Enough about me. Here we go, Tom.
Felt to dive in.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so there are some more banking secrets I want you to know. Not only can you rob somebody's bank with the account number and the routing number, that's all you need. There's something called a verified deposit. And there's a reason banks never verify your deposit. And I'm going to talk about that coming up. You will be shocked at what happens when you make a deposit and why they never verify them. Hang on. We'll talk about that and more coming up.
Imagine cutting.
Thank you. Yeah. It was a pleasure to listen to. Okay. Shit. Speaking of which, I'm gonna do that, and then I'll be back in a couple hours.
I'm just
all right.
know that,
now,
Dan Kaplitz is
you useless bitches. Okay, let me get a hold of this guy.
Well, you do know he just made $200 million on Friday.
I did.
He probably made the percentage of it.
30.
What, on the dead kid thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what you're talking about, right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about bad DNA.
Oh.
The reason that he has Morrissey on. Morrissey, right? Am I saying that right?
It is. The Boulder guy?
Yeah.
Morrissey.
I don't know why I'm thinking that's a different name. I'll be right back.
But yes, Dan made $200 million on a justice settlement and on a judgment, I should say, and he gets 30%. Or I should say the firm gets 30%, which pays for the 27 lawyers and the 6 people that, brought the wrongful death suit. All right.
Ooh, what's this one?
This show has become so troubling. This show has become so troubling.
expected to release its findings later today, suggesting a possible link between autism and use of acetaminophen during pregnancy. Researchers and medical experts disputing the possible link, saying it stems from limited studies. In San Francisco, residents rattled earlier this morning to a 4.3 magnitude earthquake. So far, no reports of any other significant damage. This is ABC News. Another antitrust trial against Google is entering a remedies phase today. Arguments in the case expected to last up to 3 weeks.
Just weeks after Google dodged the most extreme penalties in the Justice Department's monopoly case against it in online search, the government's other antitrust case against the tech giant includes...
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold.
...siding with the DOJ, finding Google is a monopoly in the world of online advertising technology. That judge is now considering whether to force Google to sell off its ad exchange tech and share related code with competitors. Google has argued that goes too far. Mike Zabowski, ABC News.
The Teenage Cancer Trust announcing it's dropping Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York and former wife of Prince Andrew, as a patron. A spokeswoman said due to the disclosure of emails where she allegedly describes convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein as a, quote, supreme friend, Ferguson served in the role as patron for 35 years. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. A good in you can live on. In fact, you could save up to 8 lives with your gifts. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And your intestines keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. Are you not just helping out the person you see? You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register immediately and go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you could. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
K-Town News Time, 12:03. After the school shooting earlier this month, Evergreen High School officials have announced the plan on returning to school.
I would like to begin by saying from the bottom of
It's
my
called
heart,
We Open the Doors and They Come Back.
and the community of Evergreen as a whole.
Should also be called We Arm the Teachers. And nobody knows who's armed.
Today, faculty and staff return to the building. Wednesday evening, there'll be an open house for students and families. Thursday and Friday, students and staff will participate in activities that promote well-being and comfort. And then classroom learning will ramp up next week. Republicans in the Colorado House have a new leader. State Representative Jarvis Caldwell was elected minority leader by the House Republican caucus over the weekend. Caldwell won 60% of the votes cast by the 22-member caucus. Caldwell replaces former minority leader Rose Puglisi, who resigned from the House last week. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Yeah, it's been a good drive for us out here. Really not a lot to tell you. No rock scaling I-71 here in Dothan. US 6 westward going from 60 to Canada Trail. Pretty good backed up there. Henderson, a little heavy coming out of the airport from the tower. I-70 east between Seawater, Cleveland area. Nice one kind of bogging down. A little bit further east out towards Newport by the interchange. Construction worker back you up just a little bit. 270 slightly heavy, but you no need difficulties with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do our podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. And nationwide, we have millions of listeners. We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. So download Verdict with Ted Cruz now, wherever you get your podcast.
Saying sorry about leaving all this here to me.
No, you're going to be back. It's absolutely fine.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Make turkeys.
I'm not like Kelly. I'm not going to throw stuff away that I just see sitting around.
Do that to Doc, would you?
Uh-huh.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious metals, tangled necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches.
We have our work refrigerator for one night home improvement. KRHI.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell and Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce. Things such as relocation, retirement plans. These issues can be complicated.
Okay, back. Back and back.
Announcement about autism from the White House. We'll have it for you and then some. We'll give you some of what was said at Charlie Kirk's Memorial plus K-Hill on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 K-How, Denver's talk station.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are here solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. That's what we do each and every day. Give us a call at 303-MARTINO. You can call that 24/7, 303-627-8466. Then we call you back, get you on the show. So it's really a good gig we got going where we can call you and you don't have to wait. Now, if you want to call spur of the moment, you can do that too at 303-MARTINO. When we're here, we'll pick up 303-627-8466. We also have 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And I want to remind you, you can text me, comes right to my personal cell phone 24/7. Ask to be on the show, ask me a consumer question, anything and everything, personally to me, 24/7, is 747-999-5280. Bob Logan is with me today from Plumline Services, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Anyway, let's move on. Some of the calls today were very troubling. One is the woman who sent more than $100,000 of her money to a wire to a Wells Fargo account. Through a wire, I should say. So she was contacted. Well, what happened was she heard an alarm on her computer. This was no doubt malware she downloaded somewhere that triggered late at night a flash screen that said she was being hacked and she needed to call Microsoft immediately. And she called this number, and they identified themselves as Microsoft Security and said that someone had gotten all of her numbers, all of her accounts, and they are basically going to protect her. So they instructed her to go the following morning to her bank at Bank of America and wire every dime that she had, $106,000, to a Wells Fargo account. Now, again, this was a scam. She lost the money, never heard from them again. You might think, well, all they have to do is track down that Wells Fargo account. That Wells Fargo account is most likely an account that was established just for fraud months ago, and once they use it, they then cut it off, or it could actually be the account of another person they're scamming. And they might say to that other person, we're depositing this much money in your account. Don't worry, we want to make sure it's secure. We're just testing it. And then they withdraw it out again. So that's how they have an account they can use to receive money without being detected. I know that this sounds so obvious, I should just not say it, but for God's sakes, never, ever, ever, ever wire your money to anyone, ever, ever. Don't ever fall for anything. If ever you want to wire money, you only do it under this one circumstance. You initiated a transaction, and the recipient you know and trust, and you want to pay them by wire. You're the one doing the initiating, not them. They didn't call you and say, you need to wire me money. So, like in a real estate deal, I've done some real estate deals with Vesta turnkey where we're buying houses, right? Well, I wire the money to the title company in that market for the closing. So that is something that I initiated. Don't ever, with a phone call or an email, ever hit a link or call a number and ever transfer money, ever. And by the way, to get away from the ACH robbery I talked about another case where people can have their bank accounts drafted. In other words, people can draw money out of your account, and all they need is your account number and your routing number. And they can put in an auto draft. It requires no permission from the account holder whatsoever, no authorization whatsoever. Yes, it is that easy. It is that easy for people to get money from your account. Whether the bank will admit it or not, it's that easy. I've done it. Now, it just so happens the accounts I've been drafting are my kids and my own, but never do they ask for permission. Never do they ask for authorization, for proof of authorization. These are just a few of many banking secrets you don't know about. There is something called verification of deposit. This is something most people never even look at, but I want to go over it with you. And by the way, while I'm talking, you can call, and I will take your calls, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, on a deposit slip, a typical deposit slip, look at it. Somewhere on the bottom, it will say, this deposit is subject to verification. On a deposit slip, it says that. So, one time, I had some fun, and I asked the clerk, excuse me, I just made this deposit, and I have this deposit receipt. And it says, all deposits subject to verification. I said, can I assume you verified that when you took my money and you put your initials on this? And she said, no. And I said, well, what is a verification of deposit? She goes, well, we just have to make sure the funds are good and that they get deposited and they don't get recalled. I said, okay. Then who does that? Could I talk to your bookkeeping department? So I called the bookkeeping, whatever they call it. I don't know if they call it bookkeeping, but I talked to their department where the bankers you never see, the ones in the cellar, right? Or in the back room. And I said, I'd like to know if this deposit is verified. And they said, well, our records show you made a deposit at this time at this branch. I said, is it verified? My slip said, my deposit is subject to verification. And they said, well, we don't really verify it here. And I said, well, where do I get it verified? I want to know I have this money in my bank. I want to know it. And I asked enough people, and no one knew. No one knows how to verify a deposit. No one. Absolutely no one. So I said, finally, I got some branch manager's assistant or something that said, well, we use that in case there is ever a problem with your account so we can remove that deposit because it wasn't verified. Or if there's a question about that deposit somewhere. Maybe your deposit had some checks that you deposited and someone stops payment on that check. And I said, but when does it ever get verified? They said, when we have a problem, and then if you fight that problem and you win, then you can say that one part of the deposit was verified. meaning someone wrote you a check, they changed their mind and stopped payment. Now your deposit is short that check. You go in or you not go in, but you go fight that person who wrote the check and have them make it good. Now that's verified. So in other words, verification means nothing. They put it there so they can remove it at any time.
It's amazing.
They can remove it at any time. So that's a banking secret, verification. Also, when you deposit at night, in a night drop, there's absolutely no verification whatsoever. None. Zero. Zip. If they rob cash from you, that they can rob cash from you. How are you going to prove your cash was in there? Banks don't do this often, but it's true. Also, signatures, they mean absolutely nothing. We all know that. You can sign Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, everything. There is no bank any longer that verifies signatures, ever. So someone can steal your checking account and write checks, and no one is going. Do you know how they make you sign something when you open an account? Why? They never use it. Never, ever, ever do they use it. Ever. So, I mean, I imagine if a lawsuit came up and they were in court and they had to do that. Now, I one time with Vectra Bank, we had someone who had checks that they cashed from us at the referral list. And these checks were bad, obviously bad checks. In fact, the checks I have a hologram on them. Have you seen those holograms on the corner of the check? They were photocopied, so they didn't work. It was obviously photocopied. They got $50,000 from us, $50,000. So I complained to Vectra, and they gave us provisional credit because it was fraud, and they should have caught it. They did say, this was fraudulent, and they could pinpoint who did it, and it was put back into our account. They said it was provisional credit. I said, what does that mean? Well, if we find out that there was some hiccup in this and it was a valid check, then we reserve the right to take the money back out. I used to call or email once a month to say, is that credit permanent now? To this day, up until last year, this happened 5 years ago, they still say it is not permanent.
Wow.
Because why? There is no process to make it permanent. They made up the term provisional credit, meaning, give them back the money, we're investigating. But they never actually have a process. Banks, it is so sloppy, you wouldn't believe. They actually do not have a process from going from provisional credit to permanent credit. So they never commit themselves ever. So they found, here's the coup d'etat. They found the scammers, the police did. And in order to prosecute, they needed the bank to file a complaint. The bank would not file a complaint. This is Vectra Bank. So now you have, first, they don't know how to give you permanent credit for fraud. They still reserve the right to remove that money from my account after now almost 10 years. Number two, they will not cooperate with authorities. So people who scam them walked in with photocopied checks from my account that they honored. They will not file a complaint against the scammer. So the scammers get away with it. Now, you think I'm the only one? And this is the only bank? Your bank, I'm going to tell you, there's more than even chance your bank will not file complaints against criminals. Let me tell you another thing. We had a guy who used his credit card at a big shoe store. It was like a Fleet something, a big store for running shoes. Okay. He bought some shoes. On the security footage, you can see this person take his credit card and run it a second time and take a pair of shoes. You can see it on security. And she took the second pair of shoes and gave it to a friend. You could see his card when he was there, and then she went over to the other side and swiped his card. When he noticed this charge show up on his account, he complained about it, and that's how he got to see the video, because I think he filed the police report. Now, this woman who used the credit card was not prosecuted. Why? Because they could not find a victim. Here's what they said. The consumer is not a victim because the credit was put back on his account, so he's not out any money. The store is not out any money because of the store refused to file a charge, and then the credit card issuer refused to file a charge, and the bank refused to file a charge. I did an article once on it, and the article was about getting away with fraud. Right now, if I ever wanted to leave the Troubleshooter Show and I wanted to be a criminal, I have at least 50 ways you can get away with fraud. They will never come after you. Now, they might come after me because of my name, and they make a big deal about it.
Break time, buddy.
But I'm promising you, there are at least 50 ways to steal without being detected. Well, even if it's detected, they will not come after you. They absolutely will not. Credit card theft is built into the system. That's why we pay high fees. They don't care about it. It's absolutely free money for you. So if you're a scammer out there, I just told you a couple ways you can make some money. I have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I want to tell you about Frank Duran, the real estate man, who will do a free market valuation of your home for the asking. It's a wild market out there right now. Some houses are selling fast, some slow. Frank will tell you what you can expect to get in this market, and it's a free analysis with no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1623.
Bad breath is a confidence killer. You can have the best outfit, the funniest jokes, but if your breath smells like what you just ate, that's all people remember. And most gums and mints just cover it up. That's like spraying perfume on dirty laundry. Zellman's Minty Mouth, it's different. It's a functional breath freshener you swallow, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. Zellman's is only available online. Go to Zellman's, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S, Zellmans.com, code RADIO for 15% off.
The steel building industry is a mess. There are a lot of people who claim to be direct from the factory, or that they're going to get you a building someone just canceled on. Listen, and then they underbid you and don't include windows and doors until you finally take delivery. It's disgusting. That's why I am thrilled to have this company on board. And I'm telling you, they are the greatest when it comes to Great Western Buildings. They are greatwesternbuildings.com. They have a 120,000-foot factory in Grand Junction. They employ more than 150 people. They have in-house engineers, direct to the consumer, no middlemen. And they have a lifetime warranty on 100% American steel. You're not going to do better than greatwesternbuildings.com. I love these people, and you will too. 303-495-5701. I'm telling you, man, it's amazing, all of the white collar crime.
Well, I think it was on this show I heard where somebody was ordering Amazon packages, having them delivered to their neighbors.
Yeah.
And because they knew they were out of town or whatever the case. And so the neighbor figured it out and called the police. But the credit card company said it's not worth our time.
No, it's absolutely not.
Just like you go into the bank with the gun, get a few grand, you're facing 20 years because it's
right.
A debt crime. But you can do it electronically.
Right, and do nothing.
You're going to do anything. We're not going to prosecute.
I don't understand two banks with everything's electronic these days. So I deposited a check a few weeks back, a pretty sizable check, and they said, okay, we got to put a 7-day hold on it. I'm like, why? Well, because we got to verify the funds and all that. And I'm like, do we live in the 21st century? I said, can't you verify that right now? Well, no. And it was what it was is it was a reimbursement to me from Plumline. I said, look, here's my business card. I'm the president. My signature's on the bottom of the check that it's coming from. It's a reimbursement for an expense I had, and you got to hold it for 7 days. Yep.
Wow.
That's how I embezzle money. I do everything through reimbursements. No, I'm just kidding.
So Tom, did the hologram on your check and draw a notice, and that's what stopped it? Because you said when they didn't have that hologram on the check when they presented it.
No, we just noticed that there was a $50,000 check, and we called. I mean, it's crazy.
They didn't cash. Did they deposit it? Check it deposited. The bank's not going to hand over 50 grand.
They did hand over 50 grand. Yeah, they cashed the check.
I didn't think they could do that. I thought you had to do it like $10,000 increments or something like that. I wouldn't think a bank would have 50,000.
Well, they did. They gave him 50 grand from our account.
Because I don't have medical insurance anymore, I need to fill out a different set of paperwork to
$8,000.
continue my eye therapy. So I may leave at like 150, if that's okay.
Oh no.
It's a different set of paperwork.
I don't think I could handle putting the phones on hold at 150.
Do I want to be in this position? It's free anyway, but I have to have, you know.
You're bendy. You enjoy lots of positions.
It's okay. Nice walk.
I feel so bad for that lady that
I know.
70, 75 years old, her entire savings, her IRA. It's just disgusting.
This is stupid. Can't believe I don't have medical insurance. Fucking joke.
The Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, along with Bob Logan from Plumline Services, Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric, and Drains. Bob, somebody wants to know, do you do your own drain work? I do know there's a trend. Most plumbing companies don't. They subcontract it out. And I just want to say this up front. I don't care if a company contracts something out. I don't care at all if they do it the right way. They not just the lowest bidder, but they pick a company they've worked with for years and they supervise the company. But as far as Plumline, do you do your own drain work?
We do. We have 17 technicians that are specifically drain certified, and then we have
Do you have
7
backhoes and stuff?
We have backhoes, dump trucks.
No, you have all of that equipment?
We do, and all of our own pipe bursting equipment. So we have 7 different crews to do all the work.
Holy crap! I didn't realize that.
Now
there are not you. Do you do work for other companies as well? Then
we do not. No,
Okay,
so we don't wholesale or do work for other companies. It's strictly for us. Now we do have relationships with a very good subcontractor that
takes overflow.
Well, they take overflow. For example, if somebody's out of service and our schedule's booked out for a couple of days, then we may use a subcontractor, and we let the clients know that. But everything, all the contracts, everything is signed through us. So all the warranties.
So,
backing up the
that's to have that division. Now, would you say you're one of the few places that do your own equipment?
We're the only one in Colorado that I'm aware of right now.
Really?
Again, there's wholesale companies, but
Right. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with subcontracting if everything is done through the company and they stand behind it. But you guys actually own. When did you make that investment? Has that been a long time?
It has been about 10 or 12 years now. Yes.
Does that division in and of itself, is it worth it? I mean, I mean that sincerely.
It's about 25% of our entire business.
Holy crap.
Yeah, we'll do more sewer line repairs and replacements than anybody in the state.
Is that mainly because of the clay lines or the iron lines, or what? I mean, our state is relatively new, as you know, but what are the main drain problems? Clay and iron?
Yeah, the majority of the pipes in Colorado were made out of what we call clay tile or clay, and so they come in sections, and those. But they're subject to break, root intrusion. You get offset.
And there's still enough people out there with those old pipes.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's probably until the day that I can no longer work, for sure.
So are we saying that it is inevitable that a clay pipe will have to be replaced? I think it is. I mean, really.
You know, I wouldn't say inevitable, but most likely, yes. The clay pipes themselves have a 30-year lifespan, and most of them were done prior to 1970.
And that's that reddish kind of color, looks like almost pottery.
Yeah, almost exactly, almost like a pot that you would plant, an outdoor pot. That's the exact same or similar material that the sewer line.
And then after that, they started using iron, or before. When was cast iron used?
Well,
or is it not used?
A lot of that was for internal.
Okay.
Yeah, the external from the house to the street.
Clay.
You got clay.
What else?
Concrete. You got a material called Orangeburg, which we have a little bit in Colorado.
What is that?
It's almost like asphalt. Oh boy, almost like you would picture if you ever peeled an asphalt roof tile off.
Yes.
It's almost like that.
Oh wow.
And it wasn't used very long, and it's not in very many areas of Colorado.
Very flexible, though.
Well, it's strong when you install it, but it wasn't a great material.
And then PVC is the best, right?
Right, PVC, SDR. I mean, they're basically
the
just
long,
different for different types
plastic
of
ones with no joints.
Correct.
You just lay the damn thing down.
Right.
And the only joints are maybe hooking up to the house or hooking up to this main line.
Yeah, so that's when we do a pipe burst, that's the type of material we use.
It's solid PVC.
Right, but you can get 10 or 20 foot sections of PVC, but because of the material, there's really, I mean, it's going to last 700 years. I mean,
you'll never do it
never
again.
Gonna have problems. So the only time you're going to have a problem is if it's an installation
when
problem.
People go to buy a house, that's one thing that they don't look at, and they need to look at the sewer, because
it's becoming more and more common. Typically, your inspector will ask if you want a sewer scope. And I would highly suggest getting a sewer scope.
Because there's a really good chance you're going to inherit a $15,000 to $20,000 deficit or obligation.
Correct. Yeah, and if you see some roots in there, or a belly, or some kind of an offset, something that's unusual, don't accept a little bit, because you're talking about a major repair here. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people, they'll say, well, I'll talk I'll knock $5,000 off the price of my house and I'll just live with it and snake the drains. Well, if you have drain problems, if you have root intrusion, for example, that'll never go away. It'll only get worse over time.
I know. It never goes away. Even when you have it,
if you have jetted or cleaned out,
it just cleans it out temporarily.
That's a temporary solution. Exactly. Once the problem's there, it's going to continue to be there and only get worse. So we feel that a permanent replacement is the best solution. But anytime we go to somebody's home,
the best time that you have the most strength to do this is when you're buying a house. That's for sure. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. They have killed, by the way, bad sewers have killed deals when people won't address it. But that is in my opinion, one of the primary places to inspect when you buy a house, primary drains. And I ought to make a list and put up a PDF, and I probably will, on the areas of inspection you need to do. All right, I got some questions coming up on my previous health guest, and I also have questions about plumbing. But anything you have, give us a call, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet here in the city, but we do have a problem just north of us.
That
it's
is
an injury
incredible.
accident. This is going to be right around the Erie area or south of Condo. It's mainly in the median, but they do have the left lane, left shoulder blocked on both sides of the highway with the emergency equipment. So we are looking at some pretty big backups. Major slowdown up north of the metro. 270 is running a little slow up to Vasquez. Pena's still a little heavy coming out of the airport. I-70 from Havana over towards Chambers, a little on the slow side also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Jackie Robinson's faith gave him the strength to be the man to integrate Major League Baseball. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Vesta Turnkey and I are having a seminar on the 27th. That's a Saturday. In fact, I want you to mark your calendars. I will be there. We'll be talking about the Vesta way. That's this Saturday, by the way, coming up. The Vesta way of buying real estate. They help you become a landlord in a remote market where they know equity growth potential is strong, rents are strong. It's a great area, good economy. They do exclusive research. They recommend homes to you. You buy the house and you own it. And then, of course, they help you through every aspect of management and renting it until it's time to sell, anywhere from 2 to 3 years. VesteraTurnkey.com or MyBiggestReturn.com will get you to sign up for it's not a webinar, it's a seminar, and I'll be there. That's MyBiggestReturn.com. Do you know what somebody told me the other day? That I was listening and they said that the reason there's not liberal radio and that there's so much conservative radio is because conservatives love discussing things and they say liberals don't. They say that this was one guy's observation based on his study of the media. And he said that liberals like arguing and get very upset. In other words, they use words like they shut down discussion. You're deplorable, you're a Nazi, or you're evil, blah, blah, blah. Racist. And they don't talk after that. They don't talk. Whereas conservatives say, now, why do you say that? Explain to me. And why do you do this? They say that, and it was Bill Maher. Bill Maher was talking about it. That's who it was.
Who used to be very far to the left.
But he still is far to the left. He said, look, there's very little I agree with a conservative on, but they're willing to discuss issues. And I watch liberals, and they come off the hook. They get crazy, and they shut down conversation. And he said that the woke crowd got Trump elected.
I would agree with that.
He said that you can't shut down discussion. And I did notice that. I've noticed even in my family a couple liberal people that if you start questioning or talking, they go, "Oh, I don't want to hear it. You know, he's a Nazi. He's this or that." It's absolutely shut down, completely shut down, which I find very odd. But Bill Maher was making all these observations, and he sounded like he said, "I really enjoy discussing ideas, and that's the only way that you get common ground is by discussing ideas, not just shutting down the other side." And he said that he said that liberals are famous at shutting down discussion.
There's not very many liberal talk shows.
But that's because he said they won't discuss it. Yeah, they get crazy.
Totally thought we had
Oh, it's a power bank, whatever the fuck that is. Oh, a power bank. So
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. All right. Major safety recall on Anchor power banks. These are the portable power units. I carry them around. They look like a little brick, and you plug things into them to charge them. They really come in handy when traveling. You've seen them, right, Bob?
Yes.
You guys, Bo, you've seen them, those power banks. Well,
yeah.
There's a few models of the Anchor being recalled because of fire and explosion risks. There have been 33 incidents of explosions. That's pretty serious. Now, also, I don't think this is not many units. 21,000 units were recalled on a cotton candy maker. It's Aldi's cotton candy maker. Then 5 Amazon products, baby loungers, portable power banks, and misting fans were recalled for being hazardous. Here's what the thing. To find out about recalls on Amazon, they usually contact you. Don't think it's junk mail. Sometimes they contact you and they offer full refunds. Full refunds. You see, this was recalled. This clock back here. You know why it was recalled? This clock was recalled because it had a small part in the back that came off and kids could swallow. So anyway, I didn't send it back, but they offered a full refund. In fact, they didn't even want it back. They just said you can get a refund. I forgot to do it anyway. So the Federal Reserve reduced the prime 25 basis points. So it's now at 4, I believe, somewhere around there. And also, home insurance. Listen to this. Home insurance has gone up 70%. 70% on average. I mean, 70% is outrageous. Have you noticed it with your house?
Oh, without a doubt.
Afford it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had to raise my deductible from $5,000 to $12,000.
Oh my
just to
God.
try to keep it medium.
But anyway, 70%, and they say it's mainly due to changes in weather. And they're actually calling it climate change, saying that climate change is responsible. It's changes in weather. Okay, there have been a lot more storms, heavier storms, windstorms, hailstorms. And in some cases, insurance companies are refusing to even insure. Think about this. Condos and a lot of condo projects have to become self-insured for the roof. Now they can get insurance on other things, but when it comes to roofs, they have to be self-insured. Do you know what that looks like to be self-insured? If you take a roof on a condo, it could be $1 million. So they have to have $1 million in reserve. So just do the math. And $1 million, doesn't always isn't always the minimum. I mean, that they can be $2.5 million. So if you're looking in a project, I've said this before, in real estate, condo sales are way down. Buying a condo, unless you know the strength of the HOA, the strength of the management company, the strength of the local reserves in the account, you could end up buying a condo thinking you're getting a great deal and be socked with thousands of dollars of assessments. An assessment works this way. I'm going to use stupid numbers because it's easier. If there are 10 condos and something costs $1,000, then you each have to chip in $100. Now, condo assessment insurance only counts for insurance-related capital draws. So if they want to do capital, if they ask for a capital contribution to help with the roof, as long as that was an insurable loss, your assessment coverage will go up to a certain amount and pay it, okay? Because it's part of the insurance you bought. But if they simply want to pave a parking lot or paint the railings or replace some steps, if you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars in maintenance and repair, your lost assessment coverage will not cover that. It won't. It only covers insurable events. Remember that. So if they have a capital raise, and we've seen some projects where each condo had to pay $35,000 for deferred maintenance, $35,000 for deferred maintenance. So here's what happens. A lot of homeowners, the reason it got up to be $35,000 in deferred maintenance is a lot of homeowners in condos, they protest projects. They vote them down and they think, we're not paying for that. We're going to vote that down. What they don't understand is it's their project. It's not some stranger coming into their neighborhood that wants them to pave a parking lot down the street. The HOA is representing you. They're not paving that parking lot because they like it. They're paving it because they have to. And if you put that off, it becomes deferred maintenance. So you can have deferred maintenance piling up until finally an HOA board can't ignore it anymore. The city might get involved saying that's dangerous, or something happens and it must be done. But instead of doing them a little at a time, all of a sudden they're looking at one giant group of things that have constantly been turned down, now must be done. And you're living there. Guess what? You could be socked with $35,000 in capital improvements, and it's on you. Many people have to take out new mortgages to pay them. But don't think by turning down maintenance projects, you're getting miles ahead. So when you go to buy a condo, looking for deferred maintenance. No matter what you're paying for that condo, no matter how great it seems, you need to become intimately aware of its financial condition. What reserves do they have? What deferred maintenance is there? Literally deferred maintenance. How would you know? You need someone to look at the parking lot. You need someone to look at the common areas, a professional to tell you, you've heard of home inspections, right? Well, when you buy a condo, it may behoove you to get an engineer or someone to look at the whole project. I don't mean with a fine tooth comb or a magnifying glass, but in general, somebody to say, hey, you may have to repave the parking lot. You may have to do a new swimming pool. They may have to do new railings. I got more coming up. I mean, condo living is dangerous right now. It's totally dangerous.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
One incident on the north end of town. The I-25 southbound on-ramp from 84th Avenue is closed for hazmat cleanup. Looks like crews have all lanes blocked with possible detours for folks heading to make the interchange to the main highway. Otherwise, a quiet Monday drive throughout town. I-25 northbound, no complaints through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Hey, we'll do it, but it's
discountbath.com. I love that website. I love the company. I love the name. It tells you what they're into. Discounts for baths at any level, whether it's your dream home, a fix and flip, a rental, whatever it is, they can find a bathroom for you. They can do a bathroom for you and save you plenty of money, and they want you to put them to the test. Go to the website, discountbath.com, where you'll get an upload link where you can put a video on there. So you can go video your bathroom and say, I want to move this, I want to do this, I want to put a toilet here, move the toilet, I want to do a twin vanity, a walk-in shower here. They will take that video and make a price based on it without ever coming to your home. Of course, they'd love to talk to you about your project as well if you want to call them, but they can start with showing you their discounted prices. And they mean discounts. As they said, put us to the test. Discountbath.com to upload video, 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com.
My brother-in-law has a condo he rents out up in Breckenridge. And it's the same deal. They can't get the insurance is so high. They're trying to find insurance.
Really?
So at the point he can't rent it out.
Well, I have to go get labs today.
The landlords or the owners rent the condos out to get an income because there's no insurance on the building.
Wow.
And he paid like $500,000 for a little one-bedroom condo up there.
Oh, yeah.
And he needs the income to help offset the mortgage payment. I'm just really glad I didn't go in with him on it.
You've heard about the thousands of
So, Tom, how many gallons does your helicopter hold?
How many gallons?
Yeah, the tank capacity.
Let's see. I got to do the math because it's in poundage. It's in poundage, so I can tell you.
Because I was figuring out, because you guys said it's 24 gallons an hour, right?
How many? Yeah.
Bob says $6 a gallon, right?
I think it's 90 gallons. How many gallons?
Are there two tanks, like one on each side for balance?
No. Yes, they're on each side, but they're not. Yes. Yes.
Help balance it.
It's, yeah. But here's the thing. It is. It is not really for balance because, I mean, there are many planes with many things. It's an easy thing to do, but usually gas tanks have been distributed for weight, but there's some things that have mechanical advantage where you can put most of the gas on one side or another. It really depends. It's easiest to put fuel because they both burn off. So you would
always come on and say,
Show prep for the rest of the meeting.
So now it's part of my show prep to listen to each day.
Well,
yeah.
The
Situation with Michael Brown, mornings at 6.
That is a good program.
On 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, somebody texted me, Tom, I hear all this talk about bellies in a sewer. And basically, they said that it's not necessary to do anything with a belly. They don't cause any harm. They say unless it's let's see, let me see exactly. I don't want to put words in their mouth. What do you think about that? I mean, a belly is not a blockage. It's just a low point. I imagine it would be how bad it is. It says, someday I talk about bellies. It says, as long as it's not holding material. But these home inspectors have gone beyond their skill levels and stuff by recommending they replace them. What do you think about bellies? We only have a few minutes.
Yeah, again, it depends on the extent of the belly. And if it is holding a lot of water materials, and it's causing backups, then you want to get it replaced.
Obviously, yeah. But there are some bellies you can get away with.
Yeah, as long as everything's flowing good, you've never had problems, then I would say don't worry about it. But if it happens in a home inspection, you don't know if
hey
they've
guys,
had
Ben
problems.
right here from Broncos Country tonight. I want to talk to you about.
Got it. We got that in.
Bellies. Bob, can you get a belly on this new PVC sewer pipe?
Sure.
Oh, imagine
yeah, if it's not installed properly.
Yeah, or the bedding is bad. That's really the most part is the bedding, right? What it's on. Jesus Christ. Appointment today. Okay. Got that. I'm always doing something with labs. Just want to get this fucking thing behind me for good.
You got labs and radiation today?
Yeah. God, UC Health is so giant. When do they want me to schedule? Damn it. Where is it? Tuesday, September 23rd. Radiation is at 3. Tuesday the 23rd. could get there by then. Okay. The 23rd, 2:20, Tuesday the 23rd. 2:20. Wait. Is that tomorrow? The 23rd.
Tomorrow's the 23rd, Tuesday.
Tuesday the 23rd. That's tomorrow. No, wait. What? I'm having labs today. Why would that be tomorrow? Okay, that's stupid. They made a mistake. I don't get it. They made a mistake. I don't fucking. These are confusing.
I might get some water. You want some water, Bob?
I've got some. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Want me to bring that lunch meat down, Tom?
No, by the time I open it and all that, it's just I can't eat on these days anyway.
You want it in the fridge?
Oh, I should do that. Yeah, I gotta bring this up. It's really a pain in the ass.
Broncos blew another fourth-quarter lead, losing 23-20 from your division rival Chargers on the last-second field goal. Coach Sean Payton, who will have things we did well there, two things obviously we didn't do as well. 18 penalties. I think our average third down.
Shit, you didn't lose to the Browns. Still not sure how that happened.
Intercepted him once. The Broncos fall to 1-2. They host the Bengals a week from tonight on Monday Night Football. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstore Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Up on the north end of town, the I-25 southbound on-ramp at 84th Avenue is closed for ongoing HVAC show cleanup. 84th Avenue has a reopened both directions into I-25. No turnkey. Traffic returns to normal on the east side, but that closure on the ramp remains in place. Over the weekend, leaving PIO Heated Boulevard southbound, approaching 56th, a crash on South Road Tower Road, about 20 minutes delay for leaving Central, with traffic on North Palm.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do our podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz.
We're nationwide. We have millions of listeners.
We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court.
So download Verdict with Ted Cruz now, wherever you get your podcast.
The biggest headliners in live music share this stage.
So Bobby's still looking at acquiring some more companies?
I am. I mean, I get feelers out there all the time, but
Yeah.
you know, there's so many companies that have too much of a mix with new construction.
You can a residential type company?
Yeah, I mean, if they did a small percentage of new construction, I'd be okay with that. I would just get rid of that
Get rid of it.
But usually, if they do new construction, they're more heavy on the new construction than they are the service.
Yeah.
And I prefer just strictly residential service companies.
Do you like the service more than the installation?
No.
You need the, that's where money is, isn't it? The installs.
Yeah.
That's for us.
Yeah, just because it takes as much time to do a $20,000 job as it does to do a $3,000 job.
Right.
Yeah.
That's yeah, I get that.
So yeah, the money's definitely on the installation side, but you need them both.
Proctor with an announcement on behalf of Colorado First Action. It all starts at 2, Monday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, what we're doing is trying to solve your problems. If you have any, someone lied to you, cheated you, or ripped you off, give us a call. And we've had an interesting discussion today about all kinds of consumer issues, one being banking. Someone said, Tom, you talked about how someone can take money out of your account with an ACH without your approval. And I called my bank and they said, you're absolutely right. Technically, you're supposed to get approval. But you see, the banks never ask for a signature or any kind of formal approval. So someone with your account number and your routing number can literally go into your account and draw funds. They can electronically when there are no roadblocks whatsoever, none. Now, this one gentleman said the bank informed him, however, he can freeze his account for all electronic payments. His one bank told him he could freeze his payments, which means that no one can ever do an ACH on his account. In other words, he locked it down. So if you can lock down your account, there is a bit of an inconvenience because any bill pay you want to do, you're not going to be able to once you lock down your account. So that's the problem with ACHs. People can get money from your account, and they absolutely do not have to have approval, but you can lock down your account to not do any wires and not do any ACHs. Now, wires are a little harder to initiate, but no one can wire money out of your account. Only you can initiate a wire. But with an ACH, which stands for Automated Clearinghouse, they can reach into your account and grab money. So that's the difference. Wires are only outgoing, and you must initiate them. That's what a wire is. An ACH is something you can send out, but someone can also reach into your account, and they need no approval. Legally, they need approval, but what I mean is the practicality is they need no approval. So anyway, last year when I went to Hawaii, I didn't take the time to call in because I figured I was having too much fun. But Mark must be getting bored because he just called in from Hawaii to check in. And I don't know why the hell he would waste his time doing that, but maybe he misses us. Mark, what's happening?
Well, I definitely don't miss it, but I have to say something, man.
Of course you miss it. Of course you miss us. Go ahead.
Listen, man, I have never been more touched than by Erica Kirk's speech yesterday. It was beautiful. It was strong. and probably the most grace any human has given another human. She actually forgave that POS, which I wish, Tom, I had the strength to do something like that. That woman is a saint, man. We need to start a charter at iHeart for Turning Point.
Well, I don't know much about Turning Point except the campus part of it. Are there chapters of Turning Point outside of campuses?
That I don't know, but we could always be the first.
Yeah. So anyway, Mark, how is Hawaii?
It's absolutely wonderful. We're loving it, but that was a horrible thing that happened.
Oh, my God, yes.
That kind of put the damper on it. It's crazy, man. You didn't watch that speech, huh? You've got to watch it. You and Steph need to watch it. I know Bob Logan's there. Bob, did you happen to see it?
I did not. Had quite a few of my sisters and relatives sending comments about the speech. But yeah, I did hear that Erica forgave him, and I'm with you. I don't know if I
would not have.
I would love to think that I could forgive somebody, but boy.
Yeah. The strength she had and how well she performed. I mean, I know it's not really a performance.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It was magnificent. I just had to. I really wanted to call in about that because it really did touch me. I watched it. I listened to it live because we were on an excursion, and then when we got back, I watched it last night, and then this morning, Suzanne and I watched it. It's absolutely amazing. Anybody out there that hasn't watched it now, Trump came on afterwards. You know, Trump is Trump, and he said what I said in a way. He's like, look. The fact that she forgave him is unbelievable. I wish I can do that, but I can't forgive my enemies, blah, blah, blah. But he did a pretty good job, too. Generally, Trump's going to talk about what he wants to get done, but he spent the majority of it talking about her husband and how Charlie helped him get into office. It was remarkable. Anybody that hasn't listened to it, it is so touching. I don't care if you're religious or not. It brings back family and roles.
Mark, were you surprised at the overall coverage of it? It was like a dignitary, a world leader had died.
I think it's the largest, it's not really a funeral, but a largest celebration of life for a non-government individual, I think, anywhere in the world. They opened up a sleeping giant, man. If they were trying to make someone quiet, I have to tell you, they've had like 38,000 applications to start
a chapter.
They probably created more religious people. In fact, I think she said it perfectly. Since this happened, there's been so many times so many people that haven't prayed either ever or since they were young, or haven't walked into a church since they were young and growing up, than like at any time probably in the history of the last 50 or 60 years. They really did wake a sleeping giant. I mean, you know, Tom, I've never been that religious, but in the last year, I have found myself definitely getting more religious. I'll tell you when it happened with me, honestly. People might think I'm crazy, but I think there was some kind of intervention with Trump. The fact they just got his ear, then after seeing this poor guy, Charlie, I mean, they got him in the throat. He died within, half a second. It's unbelievable. How Trump isn't dead I'll never be able to understand that.
No, you know what? It is strange, isn't it? I mean, and that video was gruesome. My God, I did not realize when I was watching it was going to be of the shooting. I thought it was just him at the campus, and they had a close up of that shooting. I could not believe how terrible it was. And again, violence is terrible no matter where and how and all of that. And
you notice there was no riots afterwards. The conservatives, the rights, the religious, whatever you want to call them, didn't stand up, didn't start taking over police stations, federal buildings, burning things down, rioting, beating people up, pushing people down. None of that happened. Doesn't that tell you a lot just about the two different sides?
Well, Bill Maher, by the way, was talking on radio or TV somewhere.
Hey, Bill Maher's becoming a patriot.
Well, here's what Bill Maher said. I mean, and this is what I took away from it. He said, look, I'm liberal, but I'm a real liberal and I like discussing issues and I like to bring about change. He said some of the woke crowd are too hostile and shut down conversation with words like Nazis and fascists, and they don't want to discuss things. And he said whenever he would hear a liberal get into a discussion with a conservative, they would shut it down, get angry, start screaming, and walk away, where the conservative wanted to talk about it. Now, this is Bill Maher saying this, not me. And Bill Maher said, we need more discussion. He said there's a very small faction of liberals that speak for everyone, and they shouldn't. He said if you get liberals, old style liberals and conservatives together, there's a lot that they can discuss. And I think it is unfair, by the way, for us to, with this shooting, to just assume everyone is radical left. Not everyone is radical left. I mean, we know that, Mark. I mean,
no, but we know that was a radical left.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Gay man dating a transgender that killed him because of his religion. That's what we know.
Yeah. And one thing that bothers me, and I will say this, I have tried to have discussions, even my own family and other people, about conservative ideals and ideas compared to liberal. Not saying liberals wrong and conservatives right, but honest to God, truly trying to unlock, why do you feel this way? For example, I have some members of my family that are staunch Catholics and absolutely detest abortion and anything to do with it, yet will accept it as part of their political statute. And I don't understand. I don't understand it.
I don't understand that either. And I've had, as you know, I've had the same conversations that go nowhere. Well, with my own parents, quite frankly. But one more thing I want to touch on real quick is the left coming out and basically saying, oh, they're trying to get rid of free speech by getting rid of Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy whoever, Fallon or whoever the hell got fired. It's so funny. These are the same people.
I know.
Kamala Harris, same person. Let's get Trump off Twitter. He shouldn't be on there.
I know.
You can't say anything about the Wuhan. It's the most, the hypocrisy.
But Mark, it's not right no matter who's doing it. But it's not right. And look at, I don't have the power to change it, but I don't think Kimmel should have been, I don't think the show should have been pulled. I just don't think so.
He was losing.
Okay, as a business decision, then have the balls to say he was losing ratings and we're pulling him. But to blame it on that is ridiculous. I mean, come on. People say stupid things all the time.
And here's what happened. I think you're kind of missing what happened. Nexstar, which, by the way, Kyle Clark, if you're listening right now, you know you're not going to have a job soon. Soon as Nexstar owns 9 News, that whole show is going away. Because let me tell you something, man. People are getting sick of this. When you come out and say negative stuff about a man like Charlie Kirk, you come out and say that a mega person killed him. I do think Kimmel should be kicked off, and I'll tell you why. It's got nothing to do with free speech. It's got to do with all the different places Nexstar owns local affiliates that we're going to ban the local affiliates. They're going to say, we're not going to watch you anymore if you allow this on. So Nexstar went to Disney and said, we're pulling you out of 38 stations or 38 networks.
By the way, Mark, I honest to God didn't want to get into a debate about this, but I listened to Kimmel's comments, and I think people misunderstood what he was saying. I think what he's saying is no. Just wait and listen to a perspective before you make that conclusion. I think he was saying, these guys were doing everything they could to identify him as something other than a MAGA supporter. I mean, in essence, I don't think he was saying he's a MAGA supporter. I thought he was saying that they're doing everything they can to distance themselves from him. I think that's what he was saying. And really, whenever something like this happens, both sides hope and pray that they are of the other ilk. I mean, they do. They just. But go ahead.
The argument's fine. Okay, that could be. I don't know what was going through the man's heart or the man's brain at the time.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say, I'm going to go back to Nexstar. Way back in the day when I first started filling in for you, we were on Westwood. You were in how many markets back then?
600.
Wow.
600.
Wow.
If 400 of them went to them and said, "Hey, we're getting rid of that hour
Yeah, I
because
know.
we
You're
can't
right.
stand them,"
You're
you'd
right.
be gone.
And then it makes me feel better that it's a business decision. I would hate to think that someone makes a comment and gets thrown off the air unless it is so egregious.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, then let's look at the other side. And see, you are good. You're a better man than me when it comes to some stuff, because I still hold a grudge when they would block our YouTube channel because you said to take vitamins.
I know. I said we got to increase the only way to fight the virus is to increase your immune
Joe Biden
system.
And the Dems kicked us off Facebook. Basically, they kicked the president of the United States off of Twitter.
I know.
They tried to kill the guy.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
Well, when we say
Anyhow,
they, though, that's where it gets. But thanks,
Serenity
Mark, for calling. But that's where when see, that's the part when we use words like they and them, because not all. I mean, there are. I can't believe that the Democrats tried to kill him or the liberals tried to kill him. People of that ilk. Some of them are crazy, just like some of the conservatives are crazy. I'm just leaving that open. I'm not making excuses for anyone. I'm just saying that I think it would be unfair because this guy had left leanings to blame that murder of Charlie Kirk on liberals. I mean, just like it would be crazy if a conservative does something to blame it on all conservatives. That's all I'm saying. It's not like I'm losing my mind. It's just logic. I'm just trying to be logical here. And I think no matter what, we all agree violence sucks. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. It's really nice to hear from Mark out there. Dan McKenzie can do a will for you, a simple will. He can do more of a trust. In fact, Bo went to Dan McKenzie and loved the way he does business, and Bo was doing a trust. You can do as simple or as complicated as you need, and Dan McKenzie will make it very understandable for you. So Dan McKenzie, estate law, we love him, and we actually use him. 833-CO plans, 833-CO plans. By the way, I have a that I signed that you can have.
Medicare's annual enrollment period is from October 15th to December 7th.
You don't have to make an official
and next year has
transfer and
some
amend
big
the
changes,
agreement.
including
I
cuts
have
to
a
plan
one-page
coverage,
document
carrier
you need.
exits, and more. Your plan might change a lot,
No,
or even
for
be
everything-
discontinued.
I'll show
So
you.
it's critical that you
Yeah,
get
it
in
might
touch
be
with
for you,
Integrity
Vesta.
Health Advisors
It's
who will
what
sit
your
down with
sister
you for a
requested.
personalized,
You already gave me
no-cost
a
plan
sheet.
review.
Oh, did I already
Please
give it
don't
to
wait
you
until
with
it's
the
too late.
signatures?
Call
Yeah, 'cause I
Integrity Health Advisors
switched
today
Okay.
to schedule your review before December. Get started at integrityhealthadvisors.com.
Vesta Turnkey is a program, basically, of how to become a landlord and make good money at it by going into the right market, by finding the right house, the right management company, and doing it right. And Vesta guides you through this. It's called Vesta Turnkey because they guide you each and every step. The whole time is anywhere from 1 to 3 years to make optimum profit. They're having a webinar to explain the whole process, and we want you to be there. I'll be there. That's coming up this Saturday, 10 in the morning. Go to mybiggestreturn.com to sign up. Mybiggestreturn.com. How much time do I have?
4.
Okay, thanks. I got to grab it. Yeah, so I did give you a sheet signed by me here.
I believe he did.
If you need that, I got it.
Okay. Thank you, did.
that his daughter I'm hearing?
Yeah, she's upstairs. She's quiet, and I think she's been here all day.
Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
I'm Ed, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're a different kind of wireless company dedicated to serving people tricky enough, like you. Because let's face it, our needs are different. Big wireless unlimited plans are designed for 20-somethings, not us. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on one thing, bringing you affordable, reliable rate plans that suit your needs, not ours. How do we do that? We start by using the same towers as the big guys. The exact same towers. We then create rate plans designed for your usage. The fact is, we can offer you an unlimited plan with the same network quality for less because we understand how you use wireless.
Probiotic soda, believe it or not.
Wax soda?
Yeah.
Does it taste good?
Yeah.
Kind of. It's
Tastes like Pepto-Bismol.
Meet with Dan McKenzie.
About 3 months ago.
I might have him review my.
Actually, I met him 6 months ago, but being cautious, and I interviewed the other people they had here, and then I interviewed 3 people. The other, Tom's right. What I liked about him, he had a kind of smorgasbord. His flat rate pricing. You want this at $3,000. You want this at $6,000. And it was all inclusive, and I could go in and visit as many times as I want. And my sister, she's the gal who likes to ask 100 questions. So went in there. In fact, we had a few questions last week. And they don't charge you.
Okay.
It's part of the.
Right.
He's kind of really good. His assistant's a lawyer too. His name's Andrew. He's not just a paralegal. He's actually an attorney. And he is. I think he's really sharp.
and his wife is there.
Yeah, she helped us out on one of the consults. Tian McKenzie.
I've got an estate plan set up with asset protection trust and charitable remainder trust and donor advised funds and all that, but but my charitable remainder trusts go to my children, and then of course when they pass on, the remainder, what's left in there, goes to charity. But I understand there's a way to now take it.
Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 K-How, an iHeart radio station.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino talking to Kendall now. She has a question on homeowners insurance. Go ahead, Kendall. What's happening?
Well, I really didn't have a question. I just had a comment.
Okay, go ahead,
that
Kendall.
I heard that you were talking about increases of 70% on homeowners.
Yes.
My homeowners has gone up 3 different times over the past 3 years, and all they do is say, well, you know, COVID, well, you know, the tariffs, well, you know, this has gone up and that, and, you know, it's getting ridiculous. I think the insurance companies at large all need to be audited, because car insurance, homeowners insurance, health insurance, I'm on Medicare, and I've got a supplement for prescriptions, and I got a notice yesterday that my prescription premiums are going to double.
Wow.
Now, I can see some increases along the way for cost of living, but this is getting way out of hand.
Well, you know, I hate insurance. I don't know how else to put it. And I hate it. I know why it's necessary, aggregating losses amongst many to make it manageable. And truly the concept, if taken to its logical conclusion, works. Not everyone will have the same problem at the same time, and there should be money from pooling all of this. There should be money available for individuals' problems if the money is invested properly, etc. But here's what happens that bothers me. So we collect premiums from 1 million people, and we have $1 million or 10 million, whatever we have, and then we start aggregating losses and paying out losses here and there, and we have money left over, and we invest this money. What I don't like about insurance is where they take legitimate claims. Now, not only are they not going to, they start not paying claims for one reason, and one reason only: to increase profits for stockholders. With any other business, I have no problem with that. If you want to increase your profits, you can by increasing production and by doing constructive things. Insurance is the only industry that increases profits by screwing people. Okay, that's an easy way to put it. Other companies, if they increase profits, like Bob at Plumline, if you guys want to increase profits as a home services company, you increase the amount of business you do, or you give them enhanced products, or you upsell them to better products, or whatever. And then every now and then you have price increases, but you are producing a product and a service and all of that. You're not doing it by denying it. You're not going to a house saying, pay us for that furnace, but we're not going to install it. That's what insurance does. You're still paying the premium, but they choose what they're not going to provide. It's the only industry predicated on making more in order to make more profit. The only thing they can do other than raise a premium is deny coverage. It's denials that make them money. It's a very negative industry. There's got to be a better way. And a better way is it's one of the few industries there should not be profit. I don't mind people getting paid, but there should not be stockholders making profit. That should not be in insurance, because the model was not made for profit.
And it's mandatory anymore that you have some insurance.
That's right. You're right.
My homeowners want me to cover my home for 1.5 times the replacement value. They said, well, that's suggested by Colorado law. I have not seen that.
But wait a minute, though. It is a good idea. There's nothing wrong with insuring for more than you got to insure for more than your house. You have to, because of building costs and all that stuff.
Well, I understand. But when they come back and raise your premiums because of building costs, and then say, well, now you need 1.5 times that, it does not make sense.
Right, break time.
Completely lost yesterday or today, and I just paid my insurance. I would only expect the amount of the replacement cost of the home.
Well, they can't. Okay, I have to put you on hold. I got to take a break, okay? Here's the bottom line. The replacement cost of the home is not going to be the replacement cost of the home. That's why they have to put a cushion in there. I don't mind that. That part I actually don't mind. And all insurance companies require a buffer. The part I don't like about insurance is when they deny claims that should be paid because of stockholders. My message to the insurance industry is this, or to the regulators: it should not be for profit. The company should be owned by policy holders, and it should be done specifically without profit. Profit does not belong in the insurance model. In order to make profit, they must deny coverage. It's just weird. All other companies produce more to make profit. Insurance produces less to ensure profit. We got more coming up.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Pretty quiet drive throughout the Denver Metro this Monday afternoon. One incident over on the east end of town. We may have an accident Pena Boulevard southbound at Tower Road. No word of lane blockage here. We are seeing some slowing vehicles. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. The same goes for I-70 east and westbound. Easy driving to and from the DIA area. And south of there, 225 north and southbound. No complaints to Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Almost everybody needs a financial advisor. That's why I started Wave 8 Wealth Management. I was sick and tired of the industry. I was sick and tired of how I was treated. I don't want an advisor who doesn't advise me. I don't want an advisor who uses bigger companies to do all of the trades and make all of the business decisions. I want someone who works with me. That's why I started my own company, and I invite others to be part of it. Wave 8 Wealth Management. I promise you, when you have us review your portfolios, when you have us meet with you, you're going to know we're different. Wave 8 Wealth Management, extraordinary service at a time when it's going away in the wealth management industry. 303-771-HELP. Just give it a try. Just talk to us. 303-771-4357. Wave8capital.com. Hey, you know what? I never liked the steel business, the steel building business, because of the crooks out there in the business. I love great westernbuildings.com. They're cleaning up the industry. First of all, they truly do have a factory, and they truly do go from factory direct to consumer. If you want a beautiful steel building made right here in Colorado at a giant factory in Grand Junction, employing 150 people, all in-house engineers, 100% American steel, guaranteed for life, great westernbuildings.com. 303-495-5701.
Hey, Tom.
Okay. Oh, good. Yes.
I'm sending you an email right now, so you just let me know what you want me to do.
Okay.
Unless you want to talk with Bob first.
Okay. From LEM? Yeah.
Yep.
I never get complaints about this guy.
Oh, yeah, it's good. My sister used them.
Yeah.
It's a landscaping, small landscaping company. Everybody said he was going to do it. Show up. And he said he was going to show up. That's rare these days. Yeah. She had a little issue.
They replaced it a second time. I can give this to somebody to call over and talk. I mean, we really should figure out what's going on. Yeah, I mean, not that I won't bring it on the air. I mean,
He's a really good guy. He always
he's a good guy. I don't know what's going on with it, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a big giant
I
deal.
don't really want to bring somebody on the air to disparage him, until
Damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
Auto accident? Find out what your case
Do you have
is
the
worth.
email?
Call Fuller.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, there is a scam going on right now where people are offering to do positive reviews for discounts. And I don't know if you've ever been has anyone tried to blackmail you, Bob Logan, for positive reviews? Seriously, have you ever had that happen?
Oh, yeah. Well, not for a positive review.
A major problem.
I'll say if you don't do something, then I'll blast you all over line. Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah.
They're actually saying, hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to blast you. They're using it. Or they're saying they want an extra discount for positive reviews. Now, I was to a place once, and they said that if we did a positive review, we'd get a discount at a service. It was an over-the-counter service, not anyone that I know on our referral list. And I said, that's kind of weird. I said, so if someone comes here and they wanted you to post the review as you were getting this service done, let's just say this wasn't it, but it's kind of like you go there and, well, I'll just tell you what it is, a hydration bar. They wanted you to do a positive review, and in return, you got a discount. And I thought that's kind of weird.
It's a little unethical.
Well, I mean, I don't mind doing a positive review if they're good,
right?
But it seemed weird that they offered a discount for it.
You shouldn't pay consumers for a positive review.
No, you shouldn't. You should do a great job for a positive review. And but some of them are saying, look, like these 1-star reviews, worst movers ever. They arrive without the proper blah, 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 except guess what? Wasn't even a customer. Now, that's another thing. How do you stop people from reviewing you when they're not even customers? We had an auto repair guy go online and do here's what happened. Pro Auto Care, which is a great company, did a job for a company, for a car, and then that guy was complaining, okay? And so he went to another shop, and that other shop didn't say, take it back to Pro Auto Care. They'll fix it under warranty because Pro Auto Care would. Instead, he said he posted a review. His competitor posted a review saying, I had to fix this, blah, 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 blah. I had to get, and what I'm saying is they're using it, I don't know, they're using it wrong. I think a customer review should be just that. And we're having a problem with a lot of fake reviews. You get reviews from competitors. To me, I'd throw those out the window. if you posted a review about another HVAC company, it should be thrown out the window. Or if a sewer guy posts one about your sewer department, I don't think competitors should be allowed to review their competitors at all. That just should be thrown out the window. Number two, there should be some way to make them to verify them as a customer, but I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do it, because technically, how would you do it? When someone posts a review, you can say they were late, they were this, they were that, and never have used them.
Right.
I guess there is no clean way, is there, to make?
As the owner of the company, you have to go in and refute these reviews, and you have to do it immediately. This person wasn't a customer. Or
if the person wasn't a customer, they should take off their reviews completely. If they weren't a customer.
The problem is, Tom, when I was in business, we had unfair reviews, and there's nothing on the planet that there's no avenue to remove these reviews, the Yelp reviews. They're like there forever.
And it's not just Yelp, but it's everyone. I think what you have to do, I see the way it really should be done is when a review is posted. I mean, in a perfect world, the person at that place, like at Yelp or at Google, should take that review and then verify it with the company, and then verify its validity. Get an explanation from the company. I mean, that's what we really do. When we get a call about a company, we call the company and say, well, how did this happen? And they tell me their side. The consumer tells me their side. And then I decide, is it good or not? I mean, what's wrong with that? You get both sides of the story and decide. You say, well, wait a minute, that wasn't right. And you got to make it right. I mean,
right, Tom.
But these reviews are all just reviews. They're just a one-sided review. And it would be impossible for these companies to investigate every one of them. So they just live there, and you don't know if they're real or not. What is the answer? What is the answer to accurate reviews?
I don't know if there really is an answer.
I think one of the answers is this: if there are enough of them, hundreds of them, then you can see a trend. I don't think you can fake hundreds of reviews. I don't think you can fake them to be good or fake them to be bad, or even your competition. If there's hundreds of them, that's a different story. If the review sites also track IP numbers, so they don't let you post from the same IP over and over and over.
And supposedly they do, whether it's positive or negative reviews.
Well, they should. But I think when you have hundreds and hundreds of reviews, I think you get inaccurate. No matter what, there's always a thread of truth. You can't have enough people angry or enough people happy that they keep the thread of truth happens with multiples. If you have 1,000 customers, I don't care who you are, and you're not doing a good job, it's going to show up. If you have 1,000, you're doing a great job, it's going to show up. Because Bob, even you guys will get a squeaky wheel who's a pain in the ass. Okay. And guess what? If they're a pain in the ass, that doesn't mean you're a bad company. And I think some of you companies, and I don't know about you guys, they bend over too far backwards sometimes for a squeaky wheel, because that person is just bad news, and they would be bad news for anyone. But in any case, the review business, somebody's got to come up with a better system. I mean, I don't know what it is, but somebody's got to come up with a better system. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I want to tell you, we really love when we hear about companies on this show. I'll tell you that. I get great reviews about K&H, and people are thanking me for the painting part of them. K&H, and that's KHWindows.com. They have painters now, and it's a 65-year-old company that you can trust. KHWindows.com.
Did K&H just start that division?
Now, Impact Traffic.
from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Pretty quiet drive throughout the Denver Metro this Monday afternoon. One incident over on the east end of town. We may have an accident Pena Boulevard southbound at Tower Road. No word of lane blockage here. We are seeing some slowing vehicles. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. The same goes for I-70 east and westbound. Easy driving to and from the DIA area. And south of there, 225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Excel Roofing. And the word Excel means excellent, and that's what they are. 100% no risk for consumers. No risk because you don't pay a cent until you're content. Unlike any other roofer, most roofers take that first insurance check, or they just want to tell you, oh, we'll do whatever the insurance wants. They don't work with you, the homeowner. Excel does a complete detailed estimate for you so you know what you should be getting from your insurance company, and then they work with you 100%. They have a project manager on the job from beginning to end, and they don't start and stop. They start and finish, and then you pay only when you're extremely satisfied. excelroofing.com. They put you at no risk. 303-761-6400. Okay, I got an instructor right here that
Got
said,
the window.
I just got back from Spain on Saturday. I'm recovering.
Dragon, I love you.
Available to chat most days right now. So this is the best guy I wanted. And I was waiting for him to return from his trip. And he just got back to me.
Okay.
So, but as far as that, we don't have to wait for you and I to get together. So are you saying Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday morning, Sunday.
You're right near the airport, too.
No, I'm in Evergreen.
No, I'm talking about your work.
Well, that doesn't matter. Because I'll be all over. Wednesday I'll be in Loveland, but
because it'll be about. Let me see. I can see on my calendar, about 4 o'clock. So
that's fine. Just let me know what time.
All right.
And I know where your hangar is. So.
Yep.
What day? I'll make it.
Yeah, I'm sorry with all this medical stuff. It just put a delay on everything, but I'm getting better.
Well, can you get your act together?
Yeah, I know.
No,
yeah,
that's why.
Past this damn cancer.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe
much
higher
priorities.
This whole year, base. I'll be done with radiation the 12th of October. So basically from January 2nd till October 2nd, constant. Man.
Time to put this year behind you.
I will tell you though, I haven't had to do anything. That managed care at UC, God, you go, they tell you what to do and when to do it. And you feel well taken care of. I mean, it used to be when you had cancer, you didn't know where to turn.
Right.
You had to go search for your own answers. Now everything's laid out for you.
So out of curiosity, because you do self-pay, right? You don't have insurance, right?
Well, I have Medicare.
Oh, okay.
And a supplement. I haven't paid a dime.
Got it. Okay.
God, I'd be dead if I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I haven't paid literally a dime. Not a dime for anything.
Wow.
Not for drugs. Not a dime.
That's
well,
amazing.
I shouldn't say that. There's on Medicare. There's like a $600 deductible or something. And I had that $600 deductible back in January, the first visit or the end of. And then I've had thousands and thousands of dollars worth of coverage.
Oh, yeah.
And all my drugs, nothing. Not even. One time I got an imaging bill for $21. I thought, oh, that might be a copay on my imaging. And I got the check back from my supplement said, we pay that. It's like.
Kimmel's indefinite suspension and his UK visit, plus David Proctor with an announcement on behalf of Colorado First Action. It all starts at 2, Monday on Ryan Schuling Live.
I'm Tom Martino here with Bob Logan from Plumline, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And Bob, somebody wanted to know if they need a drain, what part of the drain are they responsible for as a homeowner?
As a homeowner, you're responsible for everything up into the city tap. So even if it goes past the sidewalk into the street,
you have to pay for that.
You have to pay for that all the way to the city tap.
So you'd have to pay for the sidewalk,
the street, the asphalt.
Do you need special permits from the city then?
Oh yeah, and we pull all those when we do that work. So yeah, but yeah, we because you need to do an inspection on the not only the sewer line, but making sure that the asphalt and the fill that we use is a special fill that we use to make sure that the street doesn't sink.
Okay, so that's turnkey for the homeowner.
It's turnkey. Homeowner doesn't have to worry about anything. We schedule everything.
How far does the service line go up to the house? Does it go up to a clean out, or does it go up to inside the house? What does it do?
Well, in older homes, they don't have outside cleanouts. When we do an installation, we'll install outside cleanouts, or if you have a newer home, then you have outside cleanouts.
All right, we're out of time. Don't forget plumlineservices.com, and call me for help, information, and referrals at 303-MARTINO.
You're clear, buddy.
Tom Martino. Real. And stay connected.
Labs.
Thank you. I'm going to jump on a 2:00 conference call.
So we're all rushing the hell out of here.
Thank you for the pizza.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad.